Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Seminar Penyelidikan IKU organized by Institut Kesihatan Umum. I, Hamizi bin Hafizah, will be your MC for today. On behalf of IKU, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all participants. We hope you will find this seminar fruitful and engaging. While waiting for the participant to sign in, we will share with you corporate video of Institut Kesihatan Umum and some housekeeping notes. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. All participants are muted by the platform. The official language of this seminar is English. 4 CPD points will be awarded to participants who attended the seminar. This seminar is available through Zoom platform and IKU YouTube channel, Seminar Penyelidikan IKU. This seminar is divided into 2 categories. 4 symposiums will be available in the main lobby. These symposiums are pre-recorded. However, there will be a live Q&A session at the end of each symposium. Due to the limitation of time, only selected questions shall be discussed during the Q&A sessions. We will be using the Slido platform for the Q&A session. Please scan the QR code or use event code #IKUQNA, which will be made available during the symposium presentation or in Zoom chat room or description link on Institut Kesihatan Umum YouTube channel to ask questions. A total of 51 published articles will be presented in 5 categories. These presentations are pre-recorded and will be divided into 5 breakout rooms, 2 to 6. Participants can click on the link or DOI provided on the web page to go directly to the articles. The website is www.researchiku.info.
Malaysia is currently facing the double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, together with lifestyle risk factors, which pose devastating consequences on population health. Population-based data is vital for monitoring of health status of our population, while indirectly evaluating various strategies and programs implemented by the Ministry of Health. The Institute for Public Health, IPH for short, is one of the research institutes under the National Institutes of Health, Ministry of Health, Malaysia, that spearheads national epidemiological research with the goal of supporting evidence-based policy making through public health research and regular population-based surveys.
We started as a training institute in 1967 and changed our main focus to research in 2005 with the establishment of the National Institute of Health, NIH. As one of the research institutes under NIH, our main functions are conducting research, training and consultancy. Our niche area is community-based survey, and we are well known for our National Health and Mobility Survey, or better known as NHMS. These surveys were done at regular intervals since 1986, targeting different topics and target population.
IPH aims to strive further to become a leader in health survey in Malaysia, and to achieve this, IPH formulated 6 key strategies. IPH valued knowledge as a commodity to be shared and continuously disseminate the research findings. IPH disseminate research findings to the stakeholders through various presentations, technical reports, fact sheet, highlights, and infographics. At the same time, IPH published the research findings in various scientific journals and presentations at scientific conferences.
Our officers also provide consultancies in various research-related areas. For this, I'm proud to note our expertise were recognized by numerous agencies locally and internationally.
In ensuring to provide a comprehensive health-related population-based data, IPH established 7 centers that mirrored image public health divisions at the Ministry of Health: Family Health, Communicable Disease, non-communicable disease, nutrition epidemiology, burden of disease, occupational health, survey research.
And HMS scopes were based on either age groups such as maternal and child, adolescents and older persons, or health-related scopes such as non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, and nutrition.
Apart from that, IPH also conducted other national survey and burden of disease study. IPH is also actively involved in interventional study, also conducted development and validation of new research tools, as well as a systematic and scoping review.
To produce quality research, we must adopt cutting-edge technologies. IPH facilities are equipped with research-critical system and facilities that ensure quality output.
Through the years, IPH has significantly enhanced its capacity as a research institute. IPH achievements can be seen through its contributions to the key performance indicators set by the top managements. We strive to be the center of excellence in epidemiological and survey research through conducting high-impact research in supporting the Ministry of Health for evidence-based policy making.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our seminar, let us seek blessings and guidance from the most gracious and merciful God through prayer. With that, I would like to call upon Mr. Muhammad Taufik Muhammad Subri to recite the dua.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم أعوذ بكلمات الله تامة من شر ما خلق. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with the seminar Penyelidikan IKU, we seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event, from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to stay clear of the event that would detrimental the progress of this event. Allahumma ya Rahman wa ya Rahim, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Make us a responsible intellectual. Granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mardatillah. Make us your righteous servant that followed your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Allahumma ya Allah, bestow peace to our beloved country, Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Taufik Subri, for leading us with the recitation of dua. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this morning's seminar, we are pleased to invite Dr. Nurani Ahmad, Director of Institut Kesihatan Umum, to deliver the opening address. Please welcome Dr. Norani Ahmad.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all. I'm pleased to welcome you to our seminar Penyelidikan IKU, available through Zoom platform and YouTube channel. I would like to convey my gratitude and appreciation to our audience for allocating your precious time to be with us this morning and allowing us at IKU to share some scientific evidence from various research projects conducted by IKU in the past 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the functions of IKU as part of the research institutes under NIH is to conduct public health research to generate evidence for policy making. As a research institute, our key performance indicators or KPIs are conducting research, mainly policy-directed research, followed by disseminating the findings to relevant stakeholders. IKU is well known for our nationwide community-based survey, NHMS or In Full National Health and Mobility Survey. However, this is not the only research project that we conducted every year. Currently, every year, IKU has implemented an average of 30 research projects, published an average of 50 scientific articles in index journals, and presented more than 100 oral and poster presentations at various scientific conferences. However, other than the scientific community, our counterparts at public health, be it at headquarters or states and districts, should be another important stakeholders that we need to engage. As such, this seminar is a platform for us to reach out to all of you and share our research findings. And despite the negativity of COVID-19 pandemics, the silver lining of it is that we can reach out to a bigger audience through this virtual platform. Ladies and gentlemen, our seminar has two main objectives. Number one, as a platform to share findings or evidence from some research projects led by IKU officers which were completed in the past 2 years. And second objective is to inculcate research into practice through technical support or research collaboration, including collaboration in manuscript writing between IKU or NIH and Public Health Service. For example, in this seminar, we are going to share several collaborative works between various research centers in IKU and external collaborators, including those from HQ and states, that have ended up as published articles or completed research projects. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar will bring to you live symposium sessions and concurrent recorded oral presentations from selected published articles. There will be 4 symposium sessions focused on communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, mental health, and nutrition, with further discussion through Q&A sessions. The concurrent recorded oral presentations from 51 selected published articles will be available from 5 breakout rooms. And we are also sharing link to the full text of the article for further reading. I believe through this seminar or webinar, you will be able to identify gaps and new ideas for research, create partnership or collaboration, and make evidence-based practice as the way forward. With that, I wish you all a very successful webinar and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norani Ahmad. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we shall now begin our first symposium of the day entitled Communicable Disease Epidemiology Research. The symposium will be chaired by Dr. Chong Zolin, Head of Center for Communicable Diseases Epidemiology Research, IKU. With that, we are pleased to invite Dr. Chong Zolin to kindly chair the session.
Good morning to all participants and welcome to the symposium organized by the Institute for Public Health. I am Dr. Chong Zolin from the Center for Communicable Disease Epidemiology Research, CCDER, or easier called CCDER. The CCDER Symposium today will showcase some collaborative projects conducted by CCDER together with other agencies in the Ministry of Health and also outside of Ministry of Health. Besides sharing experience and knowledge, this symposium also aims to give inspiration to all participants to conduct similar projects together with CCDER. Without further ado, let's invite Puan Ida Nohajira with her presentation titled Burden of Typhoid Fever in Klang Valley, Malaysia, 2011 to 2015.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Chong for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and selamat sejahtera. Today I will share my study finding title, The Burden of Typhoid Fever in Klang Valley, Malaysia, 2011 to 2015. Typhoid is an important cause of morbidity and mortality globally and a significant health burden, especially in low and middle income countries. A recent report on typhoid fever in Malaysia note a low incidence of 0.59 and a death rate of 0.02 per 100,000 population. A review on diarrheal disease also reported a decreased pattern of typhoid fever in Malaysia over the year. However, typhoid is more prevalent in certain states where it is still endemic in the east coast of Malaysia. This study aimed to investigate the burden and trend of typhoid fever in urban Klang Valley area over 5 years from 2011 to 2015, to examine the reporting coverage system of typhoid cases between the government and private practice, and to examine the pattern of multi-drug resistant typhoid cases that could potentially has caused a major prolonged outbreak in Klang Valley area within the 5 years period. For this, for study area and population, we chose the urban localities in Klang Valley area located in all area of Kuala Lumpur and 4 districts in Selangor, Malaysia, including Petaling, Klang, Gombak and Hulu Langat. For source of data and study design, retrospective data were retrieved from e-notification system. Secondary data, which are microbiological data, was obtained from public and private hospital and laboratories in Klang Valley. This is the clinical case and case classification definition for this study, and we use a standardized case definition for typhoid fever based on the infectious disease guideline from the Ministry of Health Malaysia. For statistical analysis, descriptive analysis was done to examine the socio-demographic characteristic. Spatial mapping was done to examine the trend and cluster of typhoid cases. Coverage of reporting cases was calculated, and the significant difference between MDR Salmonella typhi and patient socio-demographic were analyzed using chi-square test. As a result, in total, 205 cumulative typhoid fever cases were identified in Klang Valley from 2011 to 2015, while 265 cases were confirmed, while 242 cases were probable and suspected. The flow of typhoid fever cases in Klang Valley are illustrated in Figure 1. By the socio-demographic characteristic, cases were more prevalent among the male, thus aged 21 to 30 years, among the Malaysian, and thus a Malay ethnicity. Figure 2 shows the study area and distribution of typhoid fever cases in Klang Valley, and Figure 3, we can see the trend of typhoid fever in Klang Valley show an increasing pattern over the 5 years with incidence rate of 0.58, 0.67 and 0.75 in the first 3 years, a slightly decrease to 0.53 and peak at 1.42 per 100,000 population in 2015. The reporting coverage of typhoid cases by diagnosis tests and health facility are shown in Table 2. The reporting coverage of confirmed cases was 78.9%, and the non-reporting coverage of unconfirmed typhoid cases was 79.5%. and the predictive value positive was calculated as 89.3%. From 265 confirmed cases by culture test, only 132 had a drug sensitivity test result. Nalidixic acid showed the highest resistance with 36%, followed by ampicillin 11.1% and cotrimazole 9.8%. The overall percentage of susceptibility, intermediate, and resistance of antibiotic are described in Table 3. The trend of antimicrobial resistance of Salmonella typhi over the 5 years in Klang Valley showed both increase and decrease pattern according to the antibiotic as in Figure 4. MDR to Salmonella typhi was detected in 7.5% of cases, and statistically significant difference in MDR Salmonella typhi was observed according to gender, citizenship, ethnicity, but not significant difference was seen according to the age group. For the discussion, the overall trend of typhoid cases in Klang Valley had increased from 2011, 2012, and 2013. There was a sudden spike of cases in 2015 with 98 cases compared with 36 cases in 2014. This sudden increment was associated with an outbreak that involved a construction worker, where 13.7% of cases from this study were contributed by foreigners from India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Nepal. This finding is in contrast to an outbreak that occurred in Kelantan, where typhoid was associated with contaminated ice and ready-to-eat food distributed by the street hawker in a night market. Typhoid fever is endemic in Malaysia, where the country still experiences periodic epidemic outbreaks. Other studies in Malaysia reported that the incidence rates of typhoid fever in Kuala Lumpur for 1996 and 1997 were 3.68 and 3.78 per 100,000 population respectively, but lower incidence rates were observed in our study in Klang Valley. The annual incidence rate in Malaysia is between 10.2 and 70.9 per 100,000 population. In contrast, Singapore, an urban country, show a steady decline in cases from 5.9 to 1.2 per 100,000 population over 10 years. Similar to Singapore, a study in Thailand reported that the national incident trend has decreased from 2008 to 2014 with 9.6 to 3 per 100,000 population respectively. Being an urban area in Malaysia, the Klang Valley has 12 public health facilities and estimated 43 private health facilities. Of 507 cases, only 198 patients choose to visit a government hospital for treatment, and 309 patients has visited a private facility. Most typhoid patients receive treatment in private hospital rather than at a government hospital, maybe because of most private company in Malaysia have their own hospital panel for their employee that is usually a private hospital. Notification of any suspected, probable, and confirmed cases are mandatory under the Prevention of and Control of Infectious Disease Act 1988 within 7 days from the diagnosis date and the nearest district health office, but only laboratory confirmed cases should be registered. From this study, 78.9% of confirmed cases were reported, indicating that typhoid cases were underreported in system and notification was possibly not performed. However, the reporting coverage rate of unconfirming cases and predictive value positive were high. This finding was much higher than that in a study in Kelantan, which had a reporting coverage of 69% with 22% unconfirmed cases and 43% predictive value positive. As a recommendation by CLSI and UCAS, Salmonella typhi should be tested for the susceptibility of to ampicillin, chloramphenicol, cotrimazole, ciprofloxacin, ceftriaxone, and azithromycin. Across our study, among the 7 antibiotics that we tested, nalidixic acid reported the highest antimicrobial resistance with 36%, followed by ampicillin, cotrimazole, and chloramphenicol at 11.1%, 9.8%, and 9.5% respectively. However, the sensitivity to first-line antibiotic was still high, which is more than 88% in Klang Valley. Of 132 typhoid cases in Klang Valley, 7.3% were MDR Salmonella typhi. The trend of MDR Salmonella typhi increased from 10% in 2011 to 30% in 2015. Compared with a study in Egypt, the prevalence of MDR Salmonella typhi increased from 90% in 1987 to 100% in 1993, but it subsequently decreased to 5% in 2000. The increasing pattern of MDR Salmonella typhi was also observed in Bangladesh, Kenya, and Africa. As a conclusion, local transmission of typhoid is still prevalent in Klang Valley despite rapid urbanization and development in recent years. The incidence of typhoid fever in Klang Valley increased over the last 5 years but remained low compared with that in other ASEAN countries. Antimicrobial resistance among cases is increasing over the year. Good practice in antibiotic use should continue, and awareness of antibiotic intake should be given to patients. Lastly, these findings are essential for policymakers to plan and implement focused and effective preventative activity to curb typhoid infection in urban areas. This is the reference of this study. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Ida, for her presentation. The next presenter is Puan Rafida Ali with her title, Entomological Profile of Anopheles maculatus, a malaria vector in Peninsular Malaysia. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Chong, for the kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day to all. My name is Rafida binti Ali, entomologist from Institute of Public Health, National Institute of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. My presentation is an ongoing collaboration between Center of Communicable Disease and Epidemiology Research, IKU, and Entomology and Pest Sector Disease Control Division, MOH. We, in Center of Communicable Disease and Epidemiology Research, IKU, are actively involving in data analysis and welcoming smart partnership from stakeholders as well as other institutions. And today, I would like to present findings on analysis of entomological investigation EI and entomological risk assessment ERA that have been conducted by State Entomology and Pest Unit, entitled Entomological Profile of Anopheles maculatus, a malaria vector in Peninsular Malaysia. Malaria is a vector-borne disease transmitted by Anopheles mosquito. Malaria vector in Peninsular Malaysia was identified as Anopheles maculatus, Anopheles crescens, Anopheles introlatus, Anopheles latifer, Anopheles latens, Anopheles donaldii, Anopheles hackeri, and Anopheles aconitus. Anopheles maculatus is human malaria vector species that can be found in Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and Sri Lanka eastward through Southeast Asia to Taiwan and Indonesia. It is also recognized as a human malaria vector in Peninsular Malaysia, Java, Southern Thailand, as well as in Eastern India. Malaysia has disembarked to a long journey of combating malaria since 1967, which was called Malaria Eradication Program back then and later intensified to Malaria Elimination Program. In 2016, WHO initiated E2020 plan, which aims to accelerate elimination process to the potential countries to eliminate malaria, such as Malaysia, Southern Korea, Timor-Leste, and few others. Comprehensive information on entomological data will accelerate the process of malaria elimination by enhancing the impact of efficacy of intervention needed. Objective of this study is to identify the breeding preferences and bionomic of Anopheles maculatus in Peninsular Malaysia. A total of 154 entomological investigation and entomological risk assessment reports were verified and extracted into a framework database before analyzed. Data were categorized based on a 4-zone, North, Central, East Coast, and South for comparison. Entomological investigation and entomological risk assessment activities were conducted by Entomology and Pest Unit, State Health Department from the year 2019 until 2020. Series of coordinates were integrated into ArcGIS software version 10.0 to quantify the spatial distribution of presence of Anopheles maculatus. All digital data in the GIS are displayed in the WGS 1984 coordinate system. This study showed that larvae of Anopheles maculatus preferred to breed at puddle and water pool. It also found inhabits breeding sites such as water pocket, slow-moving stream, swamp, and animal wallow. Anopheles maculatus is a night-biter mosquito where it starts to bite at 7 p.m. and display a peak biting time at 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Parous rate was recorded between 0 to 100%, and mosquitoes density were between 0.009 to 2.1. 0% oocyst rate were observed towards the dissected ovary of Anopheles maculatus. Non-sporozoite were detected, indicating the absence of infective mosquito. This slide displays the distribution of Anopheles maculatus in Peninsular Malaysia based on the coordinates derived from the reports. It showed that Anopheles maculatus were heavily distributed on the central part of Peninsular Malaysia compared to northern area and less in southern and east coast area. However, this is the limitation of the study. Finding was based on the entomological activities conducted by Entomology and Pest Unit. Hence, if more activities conducted, more data were made available. This study revealed that the bionomics of Anopheles maculatus remain unchanged. Similar finding by Rohani et al. And Rahman et al., where breeding sites of Anopheles maculatus were temporarily paused and reversed. Anopheles maculatus were productively bred at hill slopes and near the human settlement. Ali et al. Exposed that larvae of Anopheles maculatus prefer to breed at rock pools or water pockets with clear water formed on the riverbanks and waterfalls. According to other researchers, larvae of Anopheles maculatus also were found abundantly at ecotype settings like hilly areas with an exposed sunlight. This information can be used to initiate a targeted control intervention based on the behavioral of malaria vector and its breeding places. It is very important to understand and have the knowledge on breeding sites preferences for sound mosquito control strategies. For example, space spraying for killing effective adult Anopheles maculatus can be conducted at 8 p.m. until 10 p.m., where it is the peak biting time for Anopheles maculatus. Focal malaria control can be implemented by conducting larva control near the river or close to breeding sites where potential breeding sites are present. In adjusting the new norm due to the COVID-19 pandemic, utilizing Geographical Information System (GIS) increased the effectiveness of vector control intervention by understanding the profile of malaria vector. This can be achieved by providing up-hand information to the malaria personnel in planning intervention and entomological investigation. Thus, malaria personnel will spend less time in field and exposing themselves in outdoor activities. This study exposed the behavioral of Anopheles maculatus in Peninsular Malaysia. This information is vital in order to initiate an effective malaria vector control. It also helped to strengthen the entomological surveillance database and provide the key information for initiating vector control activities for prevention and prior outbreak. On the other hand, it will benefit Ministry of Health in accelerating elimination process by providing comprehensive entomological malaria vectors data, therefore succeeding in eliminating malaria. Thank you and take care.
Thank you, Puan Rafidah. Next, we will listen to Dr. Aliza on tuberculosis infection from exposure to disease 2013 to 2018.
Thank you, Dr. Chong, for the introduction. My name is Aliza. I'm going to present on tuberculosis infection from exposure to disease 2013 to 2018. And these are the contents for the presentation: introduction, objective, methodology, results, issues, and recommendation. For the introduction, estimated around 10 million people fell ill with TB in 2019 globally, and Malaysia has been recorded as an intermediate burden country with notification rate of less than 100 per 100,000 population. It is said that 1/4 of the world population is infected with TB and mostly develop TB within the first 5 years after initial exposure. TB incidents have shown up to 5% or even more among the contacts, especially among the household members. However, the incidence of tuberculosis among contacts is shown to be less than 2% in high-income countries. Therefore, WHO has recommended contact tracing in order to detect tuberculosis in early phase, thus reducing the chance of transmitting the disease to other people. This action is in line with the WHO strategy to end TB by 2030. Contact tracing has been practiced for years in Malaysia in order to trace the cases actively. However, the number of contacts that develop the disease is not available. Therefore, this study is proposed to see the development of TB disease among the TB contacts in Malaysia. The objective of this study to provide the comprehensive data regarding TB contacts in Malaysia from 2013 to 2018, and the specific objective, we want to determine the incidence rate of TB disease among TB contacts, and also we want to describe median time of developing TB among TB contacts. So these are the methodologies. This is a study that utilized data on TB contacts that develop TB from TBIS. TBIS is a national tuberculosis registry compiled by the TB sector consisting of TB cases and their contact lists. The registered cases and contacts from 2013 to 2018 were extracted. Both the data list, index, and contacts will be cross-matched using the ID number. Matched lists will be sorted out. Those who appeared in the index list after being in contacts will be considered as contacts that develop TB. So the inclusion criteria for this study, the cases of tuberculosis who were notified and registered in the TBIS from 1st January 2013 to 31st December 2018, and the list of contacts from cases registered in the TBIS from 1st January 2013 to 31st December 2018, and the complete identification number in both index and contact lists. For the sample size calculation, we use OpenEpi sample size calculator, and the confidence level was set to 95%, and the power study was 80%. The percent of contacts that became TB was 4% from the surveillance data, and also additional 30% sample size is required for considering estimated 30% missing data or lost to follow up. Hence, the total sample required is 837 cases. Due to the secondary data collection, all contact will be included in the study. So for the data analysis, descriptive analysis will be performed to examine the distribution and frequencies of the selected variables. So for the results, we can see the TB contact and TB index cases by year. For the contact, we have the total of 1,048,584 cases, and also for the TB index, we have total of 150,662. This is the distribution from the contacts. We can see the yellow 74.5% is the index with registered contact, and the darker yellow 25.5% is index without registered contacts. So from 150,662 index cases, Perlis had the highest average in index to contact ratio, and Selangor had the lowest average of ratio 1:3. So in this flowchart, from the TB contact list and also the TB index, we have 769,431 contact, and also index 148,681 with the complete ID number. So from this complete ID number, we have 30,104 duplicates, which was the multiple contacts using the same IDs, and then we remove the duplicates. The total is 739,327 of clean records, 7,467, which was 1.01% was matched contacts. So from there, 4,352, which was 0.59% contacts became index, and another 3,115 was the index that became contacts. So the results, objective 1, 4,352 were considered as TB contacts that developed TB, which 0.59%. And the objective 2, the median time of getting TB disease was 7 months with the IQR of 23. From the cases, 4,352 contacts that became TB disease, Sarawak has the highest number with 1,102, 25.3%. And these, the mean age for the TB case was 40.37. And also, these are all the factors for the cases. And this was the issues during data cleaning. We have incomplete ID for contact lists. The ID used in contact details are index ID, and most of the gendered key in contact lists are actually the gender from the index. The missing data in most of the variables in contact details, error in keying data, short forms and unstandardized code, and too many answers for occupation. So all of these actually were made difficult for us to clean the data. And recommendation, manual and code book for TBRS data key-in, especially for new PPKP, and training for data listing and key-in data to make sure the data keyed-in are correct, and to make a drop-down options rather than stating the answer for occupation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aliza. Last but not least, Mr. Farihan will present on comparative analysis on synthetic membranes for artificial blood feeding of Aedes aegypti using digital thermal mosquito blood feeder, DITMOF.
Thank you, Dr. Chong, for the kind introduction. My name is Muhammad Farihan bin Mak Yatim, entomologist from Institute for Public Health. Today, I would like to present a comparative analysis on synthetic membranes for artificial blood feeding of Aedes aegypti using digital thermal mosquito blood feeder, DITMOF. So actually, mosquito colony in laboratory is essential for the study of mosquito research, such as the vector-parasite interaction, insecticide susceptibility, mosquito behavior, attractant or repellent cues. Generally, live animals such as rat, mice, or guinea pig, or even human volunteer are utilized to blood feed this mosquito colony. However, rearing mosquito with this technique has been proven to be costly, inconvenient, and ethically questionable. So artificial blood feeding is a technique whereby mosquito can be fed using combination of a blood feeder device and animal blood or blood meal substitute for eggs development. So in early 2000, many blood feeder devices invented utilized the modified the laboratory device such as the water bath or other lab device to achieve a range of a human body temperature. Several other different heating elements were used, such as the ceramic heating elements, glycerol, preheated metal plate, and water, and so on. However, due to the demand of the mosquito research and control, an advanced feeder equipped with the modern technology such as a microprocessor and sensor, with features like automated temperature regulation, feeding time, and effective membrane are needed to reduce the labor, operating costs, and can improve the efficacy of mosquito rearing. So this is the example of the using our hands to feed this mosquito is really painful. So in artificial feeding, the use of membrane is to provide a skin-like surface for this female mosquito to land and using its proboscis to penetrate the membrane for blood meal. So generally, two types of membrane used are natural and synthetic membranes. Okay. For natural membranes such as mouse skin and quail skin were used. For synthetic membrane, the mostly white membrane used is parafilm elm and collagen sausage casing. However, only few studies specifically compared blood feeding efficacy among these synthetic membranes. And with the new mosquito control techniques such as the sterile insect technique, incompatible insect technique, and now Wolbachia infected mosquito. So the need of mass rearing this mosquito is essential. Therefore, this rearing facility need a modern and effective rearing equipment to rear the large-scale mosquito efficiently. So this lead to our invention, which is called as DITMORPH, which is foreseen to have large potential to support such purpose. So this device actually require synthetic membranes to incorporate to blood feed this mosquito. So mosquito that used in this study was obtained from the Institute for Medical Research, IMR, and were fed with a sugar solution and vitamin B complex. And they were left about 3 to 5 days to ensure mating. And the type of blood used was cattle blood from Jasin Abater complex. And 3 types of membrane used in this study were parafilm, PTFE tape, and the collagen sausage casing. So this membrane was stretched and were attached to the feeder reservoir as shown in the figure. So this blood feeder reservoir will attach with the DITMORPH device as shown below, and this DITMORPH can be set. The temperature can be set to make sure that the blood in the feeder reservoir is at the human body temperature. So 10 milliliter of blood was transferred into the reservoir, and the reservoir will automatically attach to the DITMORPH with the help of the parafilm elm, and this parafilm elm will act as a substance to attach the feeder reservoir to the DITMORPH. And to perform blood feeding, this device will put side-by-side position to ensure that this mosquito will reach the blood. And for each feeding process, about 30 minutes. And the number of mosquito landed on the membrane for 1 minute period was also recorded. And for to ensure the mosquito engorge or take the full blood meal, to the visual inspection of the abdomen or fully distended abdomen were identified. So basically, this is the whole picture, which the device and the adult mosquito cage were were put side by side, and the mosquito will attract to the blood and the heat generated by the device. So this is the short video. So the mosquito having their blood meal, and as you can see at the right side of the screen, that mosquito already fully engrossed lah. They, already have fully taken the blood meal. And we also measure the fecundity of the mosquito. That means the eggs produced by the mosquito after blood meal. So we use this cone-shaped paper cup, and we put inside the cage, and after 48 hours exposure, total accumulated eggs on filter paper were calculated. So for result, as you can see, for the total number of landed mosquito after 1 minute, using ANOVA, that there was no significant main difference among all the membrane, among the parafilm, the PTFE tape, and collagen sausage casing. Although the PTFE tape recorded the highest collection with 15.2, however, the analysis showed that there were no significant main difference among tested membrane. However, for blood feeding rate, okay, with ANOVA and post-hoc benferroni test showed that the significant rate between PTFE tape and this and parafilm and collagen sausage casing with p-value 0.001, really significant lah. With PTFE tape, after 30 minutes of blood feeding period, about 95% were fully blood feed, compared to the collagen sausage casing 71.5 and parafilm 72%. And as for fecundity, the highest mean recorded using parafilm M, about 532, followed by PTFE tape and collagen sausage casing. However, there were no significant mean difference among these three tested membrane for fecundity, with p-value of 0.292. So for discussion, this invented blood feeding device has successfully developed Aedes aegypti colony for 1.5 year period using previously parafilm as paired membrane. This showed that this DITMORPH is a proven mosquito rearing device, and further study to compare DITMORPH with the other blood feeding device or live animal are still ongoing. However, in this study, the most effective synthetic membrane for Aedes aegypti was PTFE tape, with the blood feeding success rate about 95%. However, parafilm and collagen sausage membrane recorded good feeding rate, which is above 70%. And there's strong indication that membrane thickness could affect the Aedes aegypti blood feeding ability. It means that the thickness of the stretch PTFE tape using in this study was rated thickness lah, about 0.038 mm, and then followed by parafilm about 0.064, and collagen sausage casing about 0.073. So it was also postulated that the membrane pore influenced the blood feeding efficacy of Aedes aegypti. Bigger pore enhance the mosquito proboscis, so which is in this case, PTFE tape also had the biggest pore size with the 500 nanometer compared to the other membrane. And as for heat capability, PTFE tape and collagen sausage casing have higher heat capability compared to parafilm, which will be melt about 54 degrees Celsius. So as a conclusion, this invented blood feeding device, DITMORPH, and the combination of PTFE tape is most effective membrane to feed the Aedes aegypti colony in laboratory. So this device and combination of this membrane should be further tested to rear mosquito in large scale in our facility or any public or district health office for mosquito research and control. With that, I thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Farihan for his presentation. Yes. Good morning to all the participants and also to the presenters. We thank you for your attention and also for the very well presented slides on your topics from all the presenters. So now we enter our Q&A session. We are going to have a look at the questions.
And we hope that you can actively ask questions and also kindly indicate your name so we can address you when asking the questions in order for us to better answer your questions. So without further ado, we will go through the question list to see the first question. So here we have the first question for the first presenter, Puan Ida, from an anonymous audience. Hi, may I ask what strategies has been employed by Singapore in the sharp reduction of typhoid? Thank you. Yeah, Puan Ida.
Thank you for the question, and to moderator. The steady decline in Singapore over the last decade was mainly due to improved standard of food hygiene through better control of public food handler and together with more extensive provision of modern sanitation and safe water supply. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Puan Ida, for the answer. So now the second question we have is from another anonymous audience directed towards Puan Rafida. I ask in Malay, adakah terdapat perbezaan masa gigitan puncak di antara 4 zon tersebut? So is there any difference in the biting time, peak biting time between the 4 zones that's mentioned in your presentation?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chong and Mr. Anon for the questions. Overall, there is no significant difference between peak biting times between the 4 zones. So thus, it can be concluded that the peak biting time for 4 zones is between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Puan Rafida, for answering the question. So I guess 8 to 10 is when we are on our bed sliding through our phones. We are not out there to get bitten. But nevertheless, the control is necessary to keep the malaria maculatous population in check.
Yes.
All right. So the next question is directed to Dr. Aliza from an anonymous audience also. So how did your project came into ideation and fruition in the first place? And there's the second question inside this, what is the impact of the project towards the stakeholder, the community or the country?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chong, and thank you for the person who asked the question. As I mentioned during my presentation just now, the project started because we have no data on the incidence of TB among the contacts. So the stakeholders have all the data, but eventually they asked us to help on the analysis because they don't have the apps, the software, because the data is so big. So they asked us to help them to analyze the data. So that is how the study started at the first place. And then for the impacts, we were told by the stakeholder after we presented the results, the issues and challenges of during our data cleaning, data analysis and everything. They did some changes, especially in the MyTB system. Okay, so I think this is good, especially for future analysis and projects.
So, Dr. Aliza, let me clarify further. The stakeholder you mean was?
The TB sector.
Okay. So TB sector has these research questions that needs to be answered and came to you for help in terms of the analysis and cleaning. And can you clarify further what challenges you face during the data cleaning and analysis that brought to the changes, and what kind of changes was being made in the TBIS system to improve it?
Okay. As I mentioned in the slides, the data was really big. And then when we clean the data, and some of the data, we have a problem during cleaning because it is not in sequence. For example, the sex, the gender in the variables was not for the context, but it was keyed in for the index cases, but the variables was put actually for the context. So these are all the some of the challenges that we have to clean during our data cleaning, and we inform the sector, our stakeholders, and then for the grouping of the occupation, and then for the index and context relationship. So all this we informed during our presentation to the stakeholders, and they noted that, and eventually they made some changes on that variables.
All right, so there is an improvement to the data capture system as a result of this study collaboration. All right, thank you, Dr. Aliza, for your honest answer. And so I guess we have one answer for Encik Farihan on your very interesting GitMof device. May I know how much this product is going to be sold in the future in the market?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chong. You mean how much the price for the device? Or?
Yes, yes. I mean, I wouldn't want to stick my hand to get bitten to feed the mosquito.
Okay, basically it's around 4,000 to 5,000 the device. So it will replace our conventional feeding by using rats or using our hands. So it's about 4,000 to 5,000 ringgit Malaysia. Okay. All right.
So thank you for your answer. Can we get discount if we buy in bulk? So this shows that we are capable of doing many kinds of different researchers and collaborate with different kind of collaborators.
Yeah.
So another question that I would like to ask here for Puan Rafida is like what was asked to Dr. Aliza. How did your study came about? How did it came to ideation and fruition? And what,
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chong. So actually, this project or this collaboration is actually with entomology and pest sector, disease control division KKM, where actually Malaysia is actually going to achieve malaria elimination free country. So the WHO need a dossier to document it, the entomological surveillance component in it, and this is a compulsory dossier for us to get a elimination certification. So it comes to a place that actually we have a lot of data on entomological surveillance, especially on entomological investigations as well as entomological risk assessment. So the stakeholder in sector entomology, pests and sector would like to document it so that it can be a proper documentation for the WHO, as well as it can be implemented and be benefited by the vector control activities to enhance and to initiate intervention, as well as to curb and stop the transmission of malaria in Malaysia. So this data from the output, the data from this project actually will benefit not only the academicians, not only the personnel, but it also will benefit the country, country around us, like Thailand or Singapore, because we provide the localized entomological data on Anopheles maculatus. So we hope that this information actually will help entomology and pest sector as well as Malaysia to get the elimination malaria certification.
All right, thank you, Rafida. I guess the summary is that it also helps the reporting about the malaria status of our country to achieve elimination target by 2030.
Yes, true.
Okay, so really thank to all the presenters for the answers, and I've seen the studies that you have done is really important and strategic to the stakeholders and bringing impact to the countries and community, not just in terms of knowledge generation, but also in terms of reporting and policy impact. And do we have time for one last question? All right. So judging from what you have presented and answered, is it true that any of our KKM stakeholders can come to you for consultation and to initiate any research project of interest and strategic and important, whether it is at the national level, state level, or local level, in order to answer their questions and help them build policy? Any of you would like to answer?
Okay.
Dr. Aliza?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chong. I think that is very true. Okay, any stakeholders, any states or KKM, anybody actually can just come to us for any research question that we can collaborate together in the future, because I think maybe they have all the data, but they don't have the manpower and time to do it. So we can collaborate and help each other for that. So I think, yeah, in the future, anybody can just come and collaborate with us.
All right. So the last question, one last question, sorry for the delay. So may I know what is the structure of your organizational structure? How many officers of different kind that you have in your department? Like, do you have just entomologists, or how many? Yeah.
If in CDC, Communicable Research Center in IKU, we have entomologists, we have medical officers, and then we do have microbiologists. So pretty much everything in communicable disease, if anybody want to collaborate with us.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Aliza, for answering the question. So basically, the department is like mirroring whatever function and of the Ministry of Health and also the State Health Department. So any question of interest can be found answer here. So thank you very much for your time and your answers, and thank you very much for the time and your attention to the audience. We look forward to see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chong Zhaoling, and all speakers for the very informative symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, next let us move on to second symposium entitled Mental Health Hidden Battle in Pandemic Era. The symposium will be chaired by Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Azlan bin Kasim, Head of Center for Family Health Research, IKU. Let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Azlan bin Kasim to chair the session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Welcome to the seminar Penyelidikan Institut Kesihatan Umum. I'm Saiful, Head Center for Family Health Research, Institute for Public Health. Before we start the symposium today, I would like to provide a brief overview for the Center for Family Health Research. Our core function in this center are to conduct research based on prioritized area in family health. These encompass maternal health, child health, adolescent health, adult health, elderly health, and also disability. Additionally, we are conducting interventional research to address those identified family health issues. We hold the principles of translating research into practice for evidence-based policy making and also for the provision of health services. Apart from that, the center is committed to disseminate research findings to the policymakers and stakeholders. We are also providing the technical inputs for training and consultancy services in research related to family health. Today, we will highlight some of the studies which has been conducted between year 2020 and 2021. Today's symposium is entitled Mental Health, Hidden Battle in the Pandemic Area. Will focus on mental health issue of the project which has been led by our center and also Center for Occupational Health Research with the other agency inside and outside MOH. For audience information, our three presentations today will consist of 7 studies that demonstrate a various scope and study design. These include surveys and also interventional studies such as randomized control trials and also quasi-experimental. Without delay, we welcome our first presenter for today, Dr. Nik Adilah bin Shahin, our medical officer with her presentation entitled Mental Health During COVID-19 Pandemic. Please welcome Dr. Nik.
Thank you, Chairperson. Assalamualaikum and greetings to all. My name is Nik Adilah Shahin from Center for Family Health Research, Institute for Public Health, NIH. I will be presenting on the topic of mental health problems during the COVID-19 pandemic. This topic will cover 5 research projects led by and also in collaboration with the Institute of Public Health, NIH. Some of the projects are collaborations with other hospitals or sectors within the MOH, and all took place when the nation was dealing with the pandemic. The research projects were on the topic of mental health among both healthcare workers and the general population. The pandemic has caused major health impacts, including on mental health of the population. This trend has been seen in past pandemics such as SARS. Psychological morbidities such as depression, anxiety, and stress should be continuously monitored as they can have permanent or long-lasting complications on a person. The presence of COVID-19 in our lives has brought on the uncertainty and fear of a new virus. Extreme measures taken to curb the spread of the virus, such as lockdown and movement control order, and the need to adapt and to practice a new norm, pose as persistent threats to the mental well-being of the whole population. Due to the significant impact that the pandemic has on mental health, it is important for research to be done to gather local data and come up with interventions that will benefit the whole population. Now we will go into the first research project titled Mental Health Status Among Healthcare Workers During COVID-19 Pandemic. This project was led by Institute for Public Health, and the principal investigator was Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Azlan Kasim. As the pandemic progresses, healthcare workers who are the frontliners are at risk of psychological trauma. Scarcity of data addressing the burden of post-traumatic stress disorder among healthcare workers in Malaysia has led to this research. And the objective of the research is to estimate the prevalence of PTSD, depression and anxiety among healthcare workers working for Ministry of Health Malaysia,
to determine the predictors of PTSD, depression and anxiety among healthcare workers in Malaysia, and also to determine the mediation effect of coping strategies among healthcare workers working in Ministry of Health in Malaysia. This was a cross-sectional study, and data collection was done via computer-assisted self-interview, where an invitation email and also Google form link was sent via the Postmaster Ministry of Health. Data collection was from August to September 2021, and the target population was healthcare workers working for the Ministry of Health. The study instruments used were the Patient Health Questionnaire for depression, generalized anxiety disorder, the impact of event scale to assess PTSD, the brief cope for adaptive and maladaptive coping, and also stresses. And for the results, a total of 1,783 healthcare workers participated in the study. The prevalence of PTSD was 21.6%, depression 26.4%, and anxiety 20.8%. And the prevalence of PTSD, depression, and anxiety among healthcare workers was comparable with international data from other countries. Using all the variables, a prediction model for PTSD, depression, and anxiety among healthcare workers was done, and the significant predictors were found to be fear of infection, increased workload, discrimination, lack of appreciation, and also feeling incompetent. For the coping skills, a mediation analysis was done, and it was found that coping strategies had small effect towards alleviating PTSD, depression, and anxiety. Further information can be obtained from the technical report which has been published for this study. We move on to the next research titled Burnout, Coping Skills and Biomarkers Among COVID-19 Laboratory Personnel Handlers in Selected Laboratories During Pandemic COVID-19 in Klang Valley. The principal investigator was Dr. Masnida Mahjum, a public health specialist with the Institute for Public Health. And this research also involved the Institute for Medical Research, NIH, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, and also Makmal Kesihatan Awam Kebangsaan. During the pandemic, the workload of laboratory personnel has also increased as there are increased number of samples to analyze. This has caused a psychological impact on the frontline workers. Hence, the objective of this study was to determine the prevalence of burnout via questionnaire and biomarkers among laboratory personnel in selected laboratories handling COVID-19 samples, and to determine the coping mechanism among them. This was a cross-sectional study, and data collection was done via computer-assisted self-interview where Google form was used. Data collection was conducted from September to November 2021. The target population was the laboratory personnel handlers working in Ministry of Health in Klang Valley. The study instruments used were Copenhagen Burnout Inventory, and there was also dried blood spot collection and saliva collection for the biomarkers. For the results, a total of 404 laboratory personnel were involved in the study. The prevalence of burnout among the COVID-19 lab handlers was 32.3%, while the prevalence of burnout among non-COVID-19 lab handlers was 43.3%. The coping skills among laboratory handlers were found to be average. And the analysis for the laboratory biomarkers are still in progress and will be released when available. We move on to the third study, which is titled The Stress Status of Healthcare Drivers During COVID-19 in Negeri Sembilan. Research team members for this study includes Puan Nur Shakilah Shawaluddin, a research officer in Institute of Public Health, and also the Jabatan Kesihatan Negeri, Negeri Sembilan. Healthcare drivers play a critical role during the first and second wave of COVID-19 in Malaysia, as all positive cases will be admitted and brought by ambulance, increasing concern regarding the mental health impact of first responders' work, with some reports suggesting ambulance personnel may be at particularly high risk, has led to the local research on this matter. The objective was to determine the stress status of the healthcare drivers in Malaysia and its socio-demographic characteristics during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a cross-sectional study using self-administered questionnaire, and data collection was done in September 2020. The target population were drivers working for JKN Negeri Sembilan, Ministry of Health. The study instrument used was Personal Stress Inventory Questionnaire. And these are the preliminary results for the study. A total of 163 drivers participated in the study. All the drivers were male. The majority of the respondents were Malay, obtained a high school certificate, they were smokers, and most of them were married. Most of the drivers had worked for 10 years or less with the Ministry of Health. Most of the drivers only had one job and no part-time job, and a majority of them also performed on-call duties. From this study, the prevalence of stress among the healthcare drivers was 7.4%. We move on to the fourth study, titled Mental Health Status of Stable Hospitalized COVID-19 Patients at the Main Hospitals in Malaysia. This study was led by Dr. Muhammad Syaiful Azlan, a specialist with the Institute of Public Health. This research project also involved team members from the Disease Control Division MOH, hospitals, and also the Low Risk Patient Quarantine and Treatment Center MIAPS. As COVID-19 spreads, the number of patients infected and hospitalized has climbed. The burden of mental health was highest among COVID-19 patients, as reported by a meta-analysis of 50 studies published by Krishnamurthy in 2020. Hence, the research is important to know the burden of mental health on the patients. The objective of the study was to determine the prevalence of depression, suicidal ideation, and anxiety among stable COVID-19 hospitalized patients in the three main COVID-19 hospitals in Malaysia, and to determine the predictors of depression and anxiety among stable COVID-19 hospitalized patients in the three main COVID-19 hospitals in Malaysia. This was a cross-sectional study, and data collection was done via computer-assisted self-interview, where invitation email and the Google form link was sent via Postmaster MOH. Data collection conducted from August to September 2021, and the target population was stable COVID-19 patients hospitalized in Hospital Kuala Lumpur, Hospital Sungai Buloh, Hospital Permai JB, Low Risk Quarantine Center MIAPS selected via eligibility. The study instruments were the PHQ-9 for depression, GAD for anxiety, brief cope, and also stressors. And for the results, the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation among stable hospitalized COVID-19 patients for depression was 7.5%, anxiety 7%, and suicidal ideation 4%. It was found that depression was 3 times higher and suicidal ideation 2 times higher than the general population. And this was the prediction model for depression, where the significant variables were gender, age group of 35 to 49, and coping strategies. Whilst for the prediction model for anxiety, the significant factors were marital status, stresses, and also coping strategies. Further information can be obtained from the technical report which has been published for this study. And last but not least, the fifth study is titled Mental Health and Quality of Life Among Malaysians During the COVID-19 Pandemic, an Online Survey. The principal investigator of this study was Dr. Chong Siu Kun, a psychiatrist in the Hospital Sultanah Nur Zahirah, Kuala Terengganu. This study involves collaboration with the National Institute of Health and also multiple hospitals all across Malaysia. As the pandemic prolonged, the population has to adapt to a new lifestyle or a new norm which could affect the psychological and psychosocial well-being of all Malaysians. Current data is needed to address the current burden of mental health on the population, and the This study will be able to provide the information on the Malaysian population. The objectives of this study are to determine the presence of mental health problems among Malaysians, to determine the quality of life among Malaysians, and also the coping skills among Malaysians during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a cross-sectional study, and data was collected via computer-assisted self-interview using QR code and also Google Form as advertised on social media platforms. Data collection was from September to November 2021, and the target population were Malaysians aged 18 years old and above with access to social media. And the study instruments used were WHO Quality of Life Questionnaire, Fear of COVID-19 Questionnaire, and also the Brief Cope Questionnaire. These are the preliminary results for the study. A total of 4,904 respondents participated in this online survey. And these are the socio-demographic characteristics of the respondents involved in the study. From the study, it was found that the prevalence of mental health problems was 37.6%. And the majority of respondents had high quality of life. For the coping skills, adaptive coping skills were applied more than maladaptive coping, with religion, acceptance, and positive reframing being the top 3 strategies most adopted. This concludes the brief information on the 5 studies that were conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. As some of the studies are still in the process of data analysis and report production, the final results will be available in the near future. We hope this session has been able to provide an insight to the research projects that has been conducted to address the mental health issues in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, today's pandemic has brought the elevation of mental health problem, which has affected all populations. For example, COVID-19 patients, the general population, and also the healthcare workers. The highlight studies presented just now were crucial to highlight the burden of mental health among these groups. We hope the finding will contribute to the improvement in mental health services in MOH. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the second presentation today by Dr. Muhammad Solihin bin Razali, our medical officer, with his presentation entitled The Effect of Integrated Care for Dementia ICD in Person with Dementia and Their Caregivers, a randomized control study. Dr. Solihin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. Assalamualaikum and greetings to all. I am Dr. Muhammad Solihin bin Razali, a medical officer from Family Health Research Center, IKU. My presentation today is about the effect of integrated care for dementia in person with dementia and their caregivers, a randomized controlled study. This study is a collaborative study of IKU with the hospital psychiatric departments and district health clinics rehabilitation unit. The principal investigator is Dr. Suhaila Muhammad Zahir, a geriatric psychiatrist from Hospital Tuanku Jaafar Seremban, and this is the list of our project teams. Dementia is a degenerative disease that leads to deterioration in memory, impairs comprehension and thinking, behavioral change, and affects the ability of the person with dementia to perform everyday activities. Based on National Health and Mobility Survey 2018, the prevalence of dementia in Malaysia was 8.5%. In addition, according to local burden of disease data from 2014, dementia was ranked as the third leading cause of disability burdens in males and the second leading cause of women aged 80 years and above. Furthermore, the physical, psychological, social, and financial consequences of dementia are exacerbated because the disease affects the individual and their caregivers and family. Integrated care for dementia, or ICD, is a central concept to bring services together to form a single cohesive provision for persons with dementia and their caregivers. The National Institute for Health and Care Excellence has advocated for integration of care to ensure that services are person-centered and effective for persons with dementia. In previous study, integrated care approach have been shown to be beneficial towards persons with dementia and their caregivers. There are two components in our ICD, cognitive stimulation therapy or CST, and psychoeducation. CST aims to improve global cognitions and maintain functions by stimulating multiple cognitive functions simultaneously, typically with the group activities emphasizing social interactions. At the same time, psychoeducation is a structured program for caregivers that provide information about disease progress, resources, services, and training on responding effectively to disease-related behaviors. So, the objective for our study are to study the effect of integrated care for dementia in persons with dementia and caregivers. The specific objective are to determine the effect of CST on cognitive ability and quality of life of mild and moderate dementia patients, and also to determine the effect of psychoeducation on caregivers' burden and level of knowledge of dementia among caregivers. This study is a randomized controlled study at multi-center health facilities under the Ministry of Health. Study sites are Kuala Lumpur Hospital, Tuanku Jaafar Hospital, Permai Hospital Johor Bahru, and also Rasah, Seremban 2, and Senawang Health Clinics. The target population for this study was dementia patients who are undergone follow-up in geriatric psychiatric clinics. The sample size calculated was 48 participants for each control and intervention group. Cognitive stimulation therapy consists of 14 sessions of team activities which done in a weekly or bi-weekly in small groups comprised of 7 to 8 persons, in each session lasting around 45 minutes. CST is led by a trained nurse or an occupational therapist. Each session covers a different topics and is designed to improve the mental abilities and memory of someone with dementia. This program will implicit learning, stimulating language, and executive functioning with activities focusing on orientation, reminiscence, new ideas, talks, and association to promote continuity between treatment sessions. In terms of intervention for caregivers, psychoeducation was introduced as per recommendation from Clinical Practice Guideline of Management of Dementia in Malaysia. Psychoeducation is a structured program that provides information about the disease progress, resources, services, and training on responding effectively to disease-related behaviors. This program consists of talks or lectures by a psychiatrist or occupational therapist to the primary caregiver of a dementia patient who attends CST. Our psychoeducation modules was developed by Geriatric Mental Health Services, HKL, based on iSupport for Dementia, a manual for the caregivers of persons with dementia by WHO. The topics for these modules are introductions, behavior and psychological symptoms of dementia, treatment and interventions, activities of daily living and communication skills, and personal care. The study flowchart showed that eligible participants were screened in September to October 2021. Then we randomized the list of eligible respondents into the control or intervention group. Subsequently, socio-demographic and baseline assessment data were obtained before the intervention group enrolled in the CST and psychoeducation program. Intervention program started on November 2021 until January 2022. Participants from control group receive standard care and will be offered intervention packages after the study ends. Later, we will do a follow-up assessment at the 7th week post-interventions, 3rd month, 6 months, and 12 months. This is our baseline characteristic for the person with dementia, with most of the participants are female, with 46% in the range of 70 to 79 years old. Almost half of the participants are Malay and married. For education status, 38% had a primary education level. As for caregivers, 70% of caregivers are female. Almost half were 40 to 59 years old, with 92% of caregivers being spouse, siblings, or children. In addition, 76% of the caregivers were in the B40 group. As for our study performance, this graph shows CST attendance for all sites, with overall attendance being 64%. 70% of the overall attendance rate was recorded for psychoeducation module. Due to our study haven't reached the first assessment, we will analyze baseline data for group comparisons. Analysis of baseline data using the independent t-test showed no significant differences of baseline assessment tools between the control and the intervention groups. This study will provide information on the effect of ICD as intervention packages in improving cognitive ability, social support, health-related quality of life of persons with dementia, and level of knowledge and burden among caregivers. The outcomes will present a set of intervention options to support policymakers in enhancing the current interventions program for persons with dementia and caregivers. These are my references for my presentation. Any further question can contact me at these details. With that, I end my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Solihin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently shift towards an aging population as our country is expected to face significant challenges to ensure our health system are ready to make the most of this demographic shift. Therefore, such integration of care for persons with dementia and their caregivers would help to alleviate this effect. For our last presentation for today, I would like to invite Encik Aznuddin bin Abdul Razak, our research officer, to present his study entitled The Effectiveness of Sanubari Optimal Health Program as a Wellness-Based Self-Management Intervention to Improve Mental Health and Well-Being among House Officers in Malaysia, a quasi-experimental study. Please welcome Encik Aznuddin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum and a good day. I, Muhammad Aznuddin from Family Health Research Centre, IKU. Today, I will present our study on the effectiveness of Sanubari Optimal Health Program as a wellness-based self-management intervention to improve mental health and well-being among house officers, a quasi-experimental study, or we call it Sanubari HO. Okay, this is a collaborative study between Institute for Public Health, Malaysia Sanubari Optimal Health Program National Committee under Psychiatry and Mental Health Services, and Department of Psychiatry and Mental Health in selected hospitals. Our principal investigator is Dr. Umi Azlin, a psychiatrist from Hospital Serdang, and this is the list of our research team members. Okay, we start with some background of this study. As we concern, based on previous studies, burnout, stress, and other mental health problems are prevalent among house officers in Malaysia. Few risk factors were identified, such as too much workload and toxic working environments, such as bullying, culture of blaming, lack of support, stigma, and a perceived need to appear invulnerable. These situations will directly or indirectly give impact to our house officers. Some of them may face overstress and lead to interpersonal connection failure, higher medical errors, increased malpractice risk, decreased patient satisfaction, and lower quality of care and patient outcomes. Okay, few studies was conducted previously to identify the burden of mental health problems among medical students or medical practitioners. Some reported that effectiveness of self-intervention program may help to improve mental health and well-being among these groups. Therefore, this study was conducted to determine the effectiveness of Sanubari program among the house officers in Malaysia to improve their mental health and well-being. To be specific, this study was aims to determine the effectiveness of Sanubari in reduction of depression, anxiety, and also in increasing emotional well-being, self-efficacy, and adaptive coping behavior among the house officers. In this study, we utilized a quasi-experimental design study among house officers with a service duration of 6 to 12 weeks in public hospitals. Those who refuse or under follow-up with Department of Psychiatry will be excluded from this study. Overall, sample size calculated was 202, with 101 house officers from intervention hospitals and 101 officers from control hospitals. The hospitals were purposely selected based on the availability of trained facilitators. Okay, our intervention package is the Sanubari Optimal Health Program, or we call Sanubari Workbook. This workbook was translated into Malay from original English version of Optimal Health Program developed by St. Vincent Hospital, Australia. This workbook has been used by trained facilitators in clinical practice and previous research among diabetes patients. The intervention comprised of 5 common elements of self-management programs which conducted in 5 sessions. Previously, the sessions were conducted via face-to-face. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic today, we convert the intervention program into virtual group intervention. As mentioned before, this intervention program was conducted by trained facilitators. Okay, for the study implementation, we completely utilized virtual platform using Microsoft Teams and Zoom meeting to conduct the training of facilitators and session for the intervention groups. Then, we send Google Form link for assessment before first session, immediately after fifth session, and a month after fifth session. For those in control group, no session was conducted and they only answered the assessment via Google link as intervention group. Okay, this is a consort flow diagram for the study. 5 hospitals was under intervention group and other 5 hospitals under control groups. During recruitments of house officers at baseline, before first session, only 96 HOs from intervention group and 108 HOs from control group agreed to participate in the study. After fifth session, the number of HOs was declined due to loss to follow-up. For intervention hospital, only 88 remains and 106 remain in control group. In the assessment, we measure 5 main indicators, which were PHQ-9 for depression, G87 for anxiety, WHO-5 for emotional well-being, GSE for self-efficacy, and BRIEF-COPE for coping skills. As for now, the data for 1 month post-intervention is not yet ready. Therefore, we conduct preliminary analysis using baseline and immediate post-fifth intervention data. We perform descriptive analysis and repeated measure ANOVA using SPSS 26. Okay, this is the result. Table 1 shows the sample characteristic at recruitment during baseline. We can see here that female was about 2 times of male. The number of house officers was higher among control group as compared to intervention group, and each department showed almost equivalent number of respondents. Okay, according to table 2, no significant difference was found for each indicators between both groups at baseline. This table 3 shows mean comparison and time group interaction effect using repeated measure ANOVA for intervention and control group before and after. From the table, there is a significant difference in terms of mean over time from baseline T0 to T1 for PHQ-9 depression, GSE self-efficacy, and adaptive coping behavior. Based on illness indicators, both depression and anxiety among intervention group show decreasing in trend over the time. However, only mean score for PHQ-9, which indicate depression, showed significant reduction from T0 to T1 for intervention group, while increase for control group. For wellness indicators, mean score for both well-being using WHO-5 and self-efficacy using GSE among intervention group would increase from T0 to T1. Mean score for self-efficacy show a significant time group effect between and within group. Okay, figure 8 and figure 9 show the trend of adaptive and maladaptive coping behavior among house officers. As we can see, there is a significant increment of adaptive coping score among intervention group from T0 to T1. However, decreasing in trend for control group. While for maladaptive coping, we found a decreasing trend for intervention group and increase in control group. But for maladaptive coping, there is no significant effect. For above results, we can say that a promising preliminary findings of effectiveness of Sanubari in reducing depression, increasing self-efficacy and adaptive coping among house officers immediately post-intervention. However, we could not suggest any recommendation until we complete the final analysis soon. Our study strength was from the design itself. This is a quasi-experimental study for psychological intervention. The design is more practical and feasible to conduct. Besides, this is the first virtual group psychological intervention research that being conducted for house officers in Malaysia. However, the strength comes with few limitations. As it is a virtual intervention, internet connection must be very strong. Some of the participants had difficulty with poor internet connection, caused disruption in receiving full information from the intervention session. Attending session during working hours was a big challenge to the HOs. Some may not give full cooperation to the intervention session. However, this problem was addressed by offering them similar session in 4 days per week. Okay, this is the list of my reference. And with that, I would like to thank you. Any inquiry, you can reach us at this contact information. Thank you.
Thank you, Cik Aznuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the finding of this intervention study, we can conclude that Sanubari program has potential positive effects in improving mental health and also well-being among house officers in the hospital within MOH. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the next agenda, which is the Q&A session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning everyone. We have reached the question and answer session for the Symposium 2 entitled Mental Health, Hidden Battle in the Pandemic Era. Before we start and kick off with all the questions which has been submitted online, I would like again to recap the Symposium 2 presentation that have been held just now. So today we have 3 presentations which encompass the studies within the scope of mental health during COVID pandemic. The first presentation just now is by Dr. Nik Adila, our medical officer from the Center for Family Health Research, which entitled The Mental Health Problems During the COVID-19 Pandemic. The presentation has covered 5 main studies which has been held in 2021 by the Institute for Public Health, and it encompasses several populations such as the general population study that involve COVID-19 patient which has been hospitalized, and also a population survey which had been held last year to determine the burden of mental health among our Malaysian populations. And the second presentation today is by Dr. Solihin, our medical officers from the Center for Family Health Research, which actually covers one of the interventional study which has been collaborated with the Department of Psychiatry in various hospitals in Malaysia. The study focused towards the integrated care for the dementia patient and also for the caregivers. And we are currently in the phase of intervention program, and some sort of baseline finding has been reported from the presentation just now. And finally, just now we hear the third presentation from Encik Aznuddin, our research officer from the Center for Family Health Research, with his presentation for the effectiveness of the Sanubari program, which is the optimal health program for wellness and also self-management intervention to improve the mental health among the house officer population in Malaysia. And based on that presentation, we can see a very promising result. The preliminary result that reached the first milestones shows that almost all the indicators for wellness and also the indicators for mental health disorder show positive effects after the intervention package commenced. So we would like to start the Q&A session for today with the question which has been posted in the slido.com online. So the first question is for Dr. Ni Adila. The question is, the mental health research projects which has been highlighted in the presentation one just now, including the online surveys. So what are the challenges of doing an online survey for the intended population? Dr. Ni?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the question. So I'll proceed with the answer regarding the challenges of doing an online survey, especially getting a response from the intended population. So as we know, especially during this pandemic, the method of online survey has been employed as it has its advantages. It also has its limitations, and one of the challenges is getting the response. This is because it is harder to get response from the general population, especially since the online survey might only attract those who are interested in the subjects to respond to the survey. So, for example, in my presentation, in the online survey for the general population, we had to employ aggressive strategy to advertise the survey on social media platforms in order to attract the general population to answer the survey. And for the survey intended for the healthcare workers, we have utilized the use of Postmaster KKM to send out emails for a few times in order to get the healthcare workers to be involved in the survey. And unlike a community survey where we get the chance to meet the participants face to face, we don't really get to provide an incentive for people to answer an online survey, as we can't give out any tokens for their participations. So that is an added extra challenge to get people to participate.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So, yeah, there is some limitation, especially doing online research during the pandemic era. But then, as we know, we have to live with the virus, and the new norms have already been set. And most of the mental health research since the beginning of our pandemic in year 2020 have shifted towards online surveys. So in IKU, we are also pursuing for this kind of surveys whereby we are also addressing all the limitations that will be anticipated during the online survey. I can give one of the example. The European Mental Health Survey is an online survey which has been done on year 2020 to 2021. This shows that we are not the only institution which actually embracing the new methods or embracing the health technologies in conducting surveys. So I think we go to the next question. So the second question here from the Slido is to Dr. Solihin. So why would you, the question for Dr. Solihin is, what are your strategy in improving the attendance rate for the study integrated care dementia for the patient and also the caregivers? Dr. Solihin, your take.
Thank you, Dr. Saiful, and thanks for the questions. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. We face many challenges during conducting this study during this pandemic. So what we do is we
try to convince the participants to join our study by emphasizing to them the benefits of the study for the patients and their families, caregivers, and to our country. As a reminder, we created a new appointment card for them, and our research assistant also will contact them through the phone calls and text messages to remind them for their appointments. In case of logistic issues, we arrange a transport to pick them up at their home and send back once the session was done. To protect the safety of our participants, we strictly adhere to the National Security Council guidelines, and we also offer them reimbursements and token of appreciation as encouragement to come for the sessions. That's my answer for the questions.
So if we can recap, what is the current attrition rate for your study?
It's about 70% of CST attendance.
I see. So it's around 30%. So I think based on the research design by itself, this RCT study should actually yield some sort of attrition rate at the end of the study. But 30 to 40% of attrition rate should be recognizable, and also based on the literatures, any response rate for studies which reach more than 70% should be good in terms of the generalization of the findings. Thank you, Dr. Salim. So we come to the third question for today. Okay, so soalan seterusnya adalah dalam bahasa Melayu. So adakah soalan ini kepada Encik Aznuddin, adakah dapatan daripada intervensi sanubari seperti mana yang dibentangkan tadi boleh mewakili keadaan ataupun situasi kepada houseman di seluruh Malaysia? Silakan Encik Aznuddin.
Terima kasih Dr. Syaiful. Okey, untuk soalan ni, okey, macam kita tahu, this study sanubari ni kita buat dengan design quasi experimental study. Jadi bila kita buat quasi experimental study, there are few limitation di mana kita tak boleh nak randomkan, dan bila tak ada randomization, kita tak boleh nak to infer to the general houseman lah. Means sekarang kita buat ni based on hanya kepada sampel sahaja. So kita punya study ni memang ada effectiveness terhadap houseman kita, tapi kita nak generalkan kepada semua houseman di Malaysia tak boleh. Sebab apa? Kita pilih kita punya hospital ni secara purposive. So kita pilih hospital yang memang ada trained facilitator sahajalah, doktor. Okey, bila kita dah pilih hospital secara purposive ni, di mana kita tak boleh nak kata semua hospital tu ada cara yang sama, kerja yang sama, so beban yang sama. Jadi kita tak boleh nak kata benda ni memang akan general kepada semua houseman di Malaysia. So hanya limited kat situlah kepada study kita sahajalah.
Okey, baik, jelas. Jadi maksudnya memang ada beberapa limitasi daripada kajian ini, tetapi kita harapkan daripada intervensi ini boleh memberi kesan yang sama juga kepada populasi, kerana kita juga telah mengenali faktor-faktor penyumbang dan juga confounder effect yang akan ada dalam study ini. Jadi kita harap dia akan ada degree of generalization jugalah at the end of the study. Okay, thank you, Cik Aznuddin. So we come to the next questions. So yang ini, the next question will be for Dr. Nick Adil again. So the questions is, what benefits do you expect the population will gain from the finding of the mental health study, especially the 5 surveys which has been presented just now? Dr. Nick.
Thank you for the question. So based on my presentation earlier, most of the studies are still in the process of finalizing the data analysis, and most of the results are preliminary findings. However, we hope that once further analysis is done, we can identify more factors and determinants regarding the mental health issues of the general population. And these findings will then be presented to the stakeholders, who will then hopefully will use the data to improve the mental health services given to the population. And this is especially beneficial as the surveys are conducted during the pandemic. So hopefully the intervention will also be tailored specifically for the population during during a pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ni, for the answer. So cross-sectional study or survey will become a precursor for interventional study. So in order to develop an interventional study, by means of, for the example, the Dr. Solihin's and also Cik Aznuddin's study, we need to have a baseline data. And all this survey, which has been presented just now, is showcasing the importance of having baseline data towards a certain targeted populations. For example, the general population, COVID-19 patients, healthcare workers, and so on. Okay, thank you again, Dr. Ni. So we come to the next question here. This question is for Dr. Solihin. Why would you choose randomized control trial RCT as a study design, and how would you control for the confounding factors in your study? Okay, Dr. Solihin.
Okay, thank you for the questions. The objective of my study is to determine the effect of ICD as intervention package towards the patient with dementia and their caregivers. So in experimental research, RCT is the best way or suitable way to study the effect of the efficacy or the safety of the interventions, whereas the process used in the RCT itself is minimizing the confounding factors, which later on will affecting the results. So in my study, we did a randomization of the eligible list, and as well as multivariate analysis later on once the data, all the data have been collected. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Solihin. So again, RCT is one of the toppers in terms of the hierarchy of evidence base. So we would like to basically come towards the basic of the RCT itself, which is having random allocation, R, the C having the control group, and also the intervention which should suit the intervention and control group to see the effects in between those groups. Thank you, Dr. Solihin, again. Okey, kita ada soalan seterusnya dalam bahasa Malaysia juga. Sekali lagi kepada Encik Aznuddin. Soalannya adalah kenapa kajian sanubari menggunakan kaedah kuasi eksperimen? Saya rasa tadi Encik Aznuddin ada terangkan sedikit, dan boleh terangkan lebih lanjut mengenai pemilihan kuasi eksperimen sebagai study design tersebut. Silakan.
Okay, terima kasih untuk soalan ni. Okey. Macam saya cakap tadi, konsep kita punya study ni kita tak buat randomization. Jadi bila tiada randomization untuk experimental study, so the best method design is actually quasi experimental study. So since objektif kita pun memang nak tengok the effectiveness of sanubari itu terhadap to improve mental health and well-being among health officers. Jadi cara yang baik selain daripada RCT adalah kita guna kuasi eksperimental lah untuk buat untuk tengok effectiveness tu. Jadi bila kita pilih, kenapa kita tak buat randomization, sebab kat sini hospital yang kita pilih tu macam saya cakap tadi, kita buat secara purposive. Jadi kita buat purposive sebab kita tengok pada availability of the trained sanubari facilitators tu sendirilah. Hanya di certain hospital je kita ada trained facilitators. Jadi kita pilih pun hospital yang kita ada trained facilitators untuk jadi intervention hospital, dan kita tengok yang mana yang hospital yang seakan-akan yang ada kriteria yang lebih kurang sama dengan intervention hospital to be our control hospital. Okay.
Terima kasih, Cik Aznuddin. Okey, saya rasa jawapan tu komprehensif, dan kita jelas kenapa ada intervention study yang kita gunakan randomized control trial dan ada yang kita gunakan kuasi eksperimental. Ada limitation ataupun kekangan dari segi implementation dan feasibility. Okay, I think we go to the next question. Okay, so this question is quite technical. I hope Dr. Nick can give some insight regarding this question. For the study among lab workers, what are the saliva tests and also dry blood spot tests that we are looking at, Dr. Nick?
Okay. So the two tests are done to measure the biomarkers of stress. So the saliva test was done for the humoral immunity, looking at the serum cortisol level and also IgA level. Whilst for the dry blood spot test, it's looking at the cellular immunity, where the B cells, T cells, and natural killer cells level are measured.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nick. I think we are of time for now. So, adakah Secretariat can we have another final question? Okay, so kita ada satu soalan akhir lah ni. So, soalan akhir ni daripada Anonymous is more towards a general question lah. What are other sort of collaboration that IKU is having? Maybe saya boleh rephrase specific collaboration study towards our Center for Family Health. So, any panel want to take this question? Other than we are doing the collaboration with the counterparts in MOH, is there any other collaboration that we are doing? Maybe Dr. Solid?
We did one collaboration study with WHO that called COCSIS, where we testing the cognitive of sexual health instruments with multi countries.
So this international collaboration actually involve WHO and other countries.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So is there any other studies previously that we have collaborated in terms of international participation? Dr. Ni?
There was also this iShare study, also in collaboration with the World Health Organization, and it also involves this topic of sexual reproductive health.
Okay, so I think we have wrapped up all the question and answers for this session. So I thank all the presenters, again Dr. Nick, Dr. Solihin, Encik Aznuddin for having your time here, and we hope to see the mental health issues during pandemic, our current pandemic, to become improve in the future, and all the study that we have demonstrated today in this symposium will be taken by our policy makers and also for the field implementers to benefits the intervention and also strategies in the mental health service within our Ministry of Health. So by that, I thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Dear participants, we will now take a break for about 10 minutes before we move to Symposium 3 on non-communicable diseases research topic. During the break, we will also show the corporate video of Institut Kesihatan Umum.
Malaysia is currently facing the double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, together with the lifestyle risk factors, which pose devastating consequences on population health. Population-based data is vital for monitoring of health status of our population, while indirectly evaluating various strategies and programs implemented by the Ministry of Health. The Institute for Public Health, IPH for short, is one of the research institutes under the National Institutes of Health, Ministry of Health, Malaysia, that spearheads national epidemiological research with the goal of supporting evidence-based policy making through public health research and regular population-based surveys.
We started as a training institute in 1967 and changed our main focus to research in 2005 with the establishment of the National Institute of Health, NIH. As one of the research institutes under NIH, our main functions are conducting research, training and consultancy. Our niche area is community-based survey, and we are well known for our National Health and Mobility Survey, or better known as NHMS. These surveys were done at regular intervals since 1986, targeting different topics and target population.
IPH aims to strive further to become a leader in health survey in Malaysia, and to achieve this, IPH formulated 6 key strategies. IPH valued knowledge as a commodity to be shared and continuously disseminate the research findings. IPH disseminate research findings to the stakeholders through various presentations, technical reports, fact sheet, highlights, and infographics. At the same time, IPH published the research findings in various scientific journals and presentations at scientific conferences.
Our officers also provide consultancies in various research-related areas. For this, I'm proud to note our expertise were recognized by numerous agencies locally and internationally.
In ensuring to provide a comprehensive health-related population-based data, IPH established 7 centers that mirrored image public health divisions at the Ministry of Health. Family Health, Communicable Disease, Non-Communicable Disease, Nutrition Epidemiology, Burden of Disease, Occupational Health, Survey Research.
And HMS scopes were based on either age groups such as maternal and child, adolescents and older persons, or health-related scopes such as non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, and nutrition.
Apart from that, IPH also conducted other national survey and burden of disease study. IPH is also actively involved in interventional study, also conducted development and validation of new research tools, as well as a systematic and scoping review.
To produce quality research, we must adopt cutting-edge technologies. IPH facilities are equipped with research-critical systems and facilities that ensure quality output.
Through the years, IPH has significantly enhanced its capacity as a research institute. IPH achievements can be seen through its contributions to the key performance indicators set by the top managements. We strive to be the center of excellence in epidemiological and survey research through conducting high-impact research in supporting the Ministry of Health for evidence-based policy making. Malaysia is currently facing the double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, together with the lifestyle risk factors, which pose devastating consequences on population health. Population-based data is vital for monitoring of health status of our population, while indirectly evaluating various strategies and programs implemented by the Ministry of Health. The Institute for Public Health, IPH for short, is one of the research institutes under the National Institutes of Health, Ministry of Health, Malaysia, that spearheads national epidemiological research with the goal of supporting evidence-based policy making through public health research and regular population-based surveys.
We started as a training institute in 1967 and changed our main focus to research in 2005 with the establishment of the National Institute of Health, NIH. As one of the research institute under NIH, our main function are conducting research, training and consultancy. Our niche area is community-based survey, and we are well known for our National Health and Mobility Survey, or better known as NHMS. These surveys were done at regular intervals since 1986, targeting different topics and target population.
IPH aims to strive further to become a leader in health survey in Malaysia, and to achieve this, IPH formulated 6 key strategies. IPH valued knowledge as a commodity to be shared and continuously disseminate the research findings. IPH disseminate research findings to the stakeholders through various presentations, technical reports, fact sheet, highlights, and infographics. At the same time, IPH published the research findings in various scientific journals and presentations at scientific conferences.
Our officers also provide consultancies in various research-related areas. For this, I'm proud to note our expertise were recognized by numerous agencies locally and internationally.
In ensuring to provide a comprehensive health-related population-based data, IPH established 7 centers that mirrored image public health divisions at the Ministry of Health: Family Health, Communicable Disease, Non-Communicable Disease, Nutrition Epidemiology, Burden of Disease, Occupational Health, Survey Research.
And HMS scopes were based on either age groups such as maternal and child, adolescents and older persons, or health-related scopes such as non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, and nutrition.
Apart from that, IPH also conducted other national survey and burden of disease study. IPH is also actively involved in interventional study, also conducted development and validation of new research tools, as well as a systematic and scoping review.
To produce quality research, we must adopt cutting-edge technologies. IPH facilities are equipped with research-critical system and facilities that ensure quality output.
Through the years, IPH has significantly enhanced its capacity as a research institute. IPH achievements can be seen through its contributions to the key performance indicators set by the top managements. We strive to be the center of excellence in epidemiological and survey research through conducting high-impact research in supporting the Ministry of Health for evidence-based policy making.
Welcome back, everyone. Let us now proceed to the third symposium entitled Non-Communicable Diseases, the Ever-Present Pandemic. The symposium will be chaired by Dr. Muhammad Fadli bin Muhammad Yusof, Head of Center for Non-Communicable Diseases Research, IKU. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Muhammad Fadli bin Muhammad Yusof to chair the session.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. I'm Dr. Fadli, the head of Center for Non-Communicable Disease Research, Institute for Public Health. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to the third symposium of today's seminar. In this symposium, we will highlight a few studies related to non-communicable diseases conducted by the Institute for Public Health. We have 5 speakers, and each speaker is given 8 to 10 minutes for the presentation. The Q&A session will be held after all the presenters have completed their presentations. Without further ado, let's invite our first speaker, Dr. Tanya Gale. Dr. Tanya is a medical officer from Center for Non-Communicable Disease Research, Institute for Public Health. She will be presenting her scoping review on comorbidities among COVID-19 mortality cases. Dr. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and a good day to everybody. I am Dr. Tanya Gale, and I'll be presenting a scoping review entitled Comorbidities Among COVID-19 Mortality Cases. These are the research team members in alphabetical order, and our advisor was Dr. Noor Asia Muhammad. As we all know, the coronavirus disease 2019, or better known as COVID-19, is an infectious disease caused by a novel coronavirus which was identified in Wuhan, China at the end of 2019. Various studies have shown that patients with pre-existing comorbidities had a higher mortality rate compared to those who had none. These patients also were more likely to be treated in intensive care units requiring ventilator support. Therefore, the objective of this scoping review was to systematically identify the comorbidities that influence the COVID-19 mortality cases. The methodology that was used was based on Akse and O'Malley framework, screening, reviewing, and data extraction based on Prisma extension for scoping reviews. The Akse and O'Malley framework, it has 6 steps. The first step is identify the research question. Therefore, our research questions for this scoping review was, what are the comorbidities that influence the COVID-19 mortality cases? What is the most common comorbidity among the COVID-19 mortality cases? The second step is to identify relevant studies using PICO. Therefore, our PICO, population, adults aged 18 years and above, diagnosed with COVID-19 infection and who passed away due to COVID-19 infection. Intervention or exposure, at least one diagnosed comorbidity, which is diabetes, hypertension, chronic kidney disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, malignancy, cerebrovascular disease, obesity, and overweight. The outcome, comorbidities that influence COVID-19 mortality cases. We have inclusion and exclusion criteria in this study, which are all articles in English published from January 2020 to 30th April 2020 were included. COVID-19 mortality cases with underlying comorbidities among adults aged 18 years and above were included, and guidelines, conference papers, commentaries, editorials, or opinion pieces were excluded. The third step in the framework, study selection. The study selection was done by 2 reviewers to avoid bias, and the data was charted in a data extraction form. The 5th step, collating, summarizing, and reporting the results. And the 6th step is the consultation exercise with stakeholders. This is our Prisma flow diagram for the database search of the studies. We searched in 3 databases, which is PubMed, Scopus, and Google Scholar. PubMed yielded 560 articles, Scopus 174 articles, and Google Scholar 46 articles. The number of studies identified from these 3 databases were 780 articles. Duplicates were removed, 14 duplicates were removed, and after removing duplicates, we obtained 766 articles. Studies excluded for titles, abstracts that do not meet the eligibility criteria, editorials, non-scientific commentaries, reports, non-healthcare, other than English language were excluded. That left us with 31 articles. Therefore, the studies that were included in this scoping review were 31 articles. The results, this is the results of the final 31 articles. So we can see 21 articles have concluded that hypertension was the main comorbidity among the COVID-19 mortality cases, followed by 4 articles citing respiratory system diseases and 2 articles for diabetes mellitus, chronic kidney disease and obesity respectively. Evidence shows that comorbidities significantly increased the risk of mortality among COVID-19 patients. Various studies showed that cardiovascular disease, hypertension, diabetes, congestive heart failure, chronic kidney disease and cancer were associated with a significantly greater risk of mortality among COVID-19 patients. In conclusion, this scoping review highlights the importance of combating non-communicable diseases in the population at large as a preparatory method when an infectious pandemic like this occurs. This review may also help map literature, identify research gaps, and propose recommendations for future research on COVID-19 related comorbidities in Malaysia. The authors recommend that a systematic review and meta-analysis be carried out to investigate this relationship further. These are the references used. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tanya. Next speaker is Dr. Norliana Abdul Majid, a medical officer from Center for Non-Communicable Disease Research. Dr. Norliana will be presenting her study entitled Evaluation of Point of Care Testing, or POCT, for capillary HbA1c in screening of diabetes. Please welcome Dr. Norliana.
Assalamualaikum and thank you to our chairperson, Dr. Fadli. Today I'll be presenting on my study entitled Evaluation of Point of Care Testing POCT for Capillary HbA1c in Screening of Diabetes. Non-communicable diseases now account for more than 1/2 of the global burden of disease. Cardiovascular diseases account for about 1/2 of NCD death, and the majority of cardiovascular diseases death occur in low and middle income countries. NCD are also an important cause of premature death. Of the 54.9 million deaths worldwide in 2013, about 70% were attributed to NCD, whereas 57% were attributed to NCD in 1990. One of the main NCDs were diabetes mellitus. Globally, diabetes mellitus is still a major public health burden, and the prevalence is estimated to be increased by 48% in 2045, as compared to the prevalence of 425 million people in 2017. In 2019, the prevalence of 463 million of people is estimated to be living with diabetes worldwide. Regular monitoring of glycated hemoglobin A1c in people with diabetes and treatment with glucose-lowering medication to improve glycemic control can reduce the risk of developing complications. In 2011, WHO concluded that HbA1c at a threshold of 6.5% can be used as a diagnostic test for diabetes. Actions to deal with NCDs require consistent data on the prevalence of risk factors to address the large-scale prevention programs. This goal can be pursued only with door-to-door epidemiologic studies which use point-of-care testing as suggested by the WHO. Nationwide population-based studies usually cover the urban and rural population areas. Thus, the studies mostly in the rural areas might include the resource-limited setting areas, such as lack of laboratory facilities, limited staff, poor road infrastructure, financial constraint, and distance from the healthcare facilities. The choice of POCT is suitable to allow screening in these areas. HbA1c monitoring often requires the patient to attend the health center twice, once to have the blood taken and then returning to get test results and receive adjustment to medications. POCT using finger prick is a convenient method of testing as the result will be available in minutes and it requires a minimum amount of blood sample. It is easier and faster compared to venous testing in the clinical setting. Rapid management decision can be done based on the early result and hence it reduces healthcare costs. POCT is a tool to assist healthcare professionals in the primary care level to screen for the CVD risk factors. However, the seminal factor in the acceptance of CVD screening as a mean of referral and risk prediction is the question of precision, accuracy, validity, and reliability of instruments used in the field. The accuracy of portable devices is necessary to avoid the possibility of false negative results, which can delay physician referral and tertiary treatment. Therefore, the study aims to examine the validity and reliability of POCT in measuring HbA1c level by comparing this fingerstick technology with the reference laboratory. The specific objective for this study is to examine the sensitivity and the specificity of the POCT, and the other specific objective is to examine the agreement between the POCT with the gold standard and to examine the POCT between the capillaries and the venous using the same POCT. The study design for this study was cross-sectional validation study. All participants in this study was more than 18 years and not known to have diabetes and recruited during other health screening in NIH. The sample size calculation for the screening based on the sensitivity and specificity for POCT was based on the formula for the validation study, and the sample size required for this study was 410. The total duration for this study was 17 days, started by end of June until the early of August. For the HbA1c analyzer, 3 devices were used in this study, which is A1C Now Plus, Clover A1C Self, and A1 Care. A1 Care uses the least sample volume at 2.5 microliter and the other uses 4 to 5 microliter. The time for measurement ranged around 4 to 5 minutes. A1C Now requires no maintenance as it discards after 10 to 20 usage depending on the box description. Meanwhile, both Clover and A1 Care requires DC powers. Clover can save up to 2,000 memories and A1 Care can save up to 5,000 memories. The photo shows here is for the size comparison. The A1C Now is small and it's just slightly bigger than the size of the normal glucometer. Meanwhile, the Clover is medium size and A1 Care is the largest. And this photo shows a comparison of the highest value for HbA1c measurement, which we get from one of our respondents. Turns out that the HbA1c result for this respondent was 16.8%. As for the result, the total sample for this study was 402 and the diagnostic cutoff used in this study was 6.3. The lab detected 9.4% of the samples had HbA1c 6.3 and above, meanwhile the POCT measures range between 11 to 17%. This is the agreement between POCT with gold standard and between the capillary and venous. The gold standard that was used in this study was high-performance liquid chromatography or HPLC. The analysis used was intra-class correlation with 95% CI. Our findings show that the agreement between POCT with gold standard and between capillary and venous were all above 0.9, which indicate that it was an excellent agreement. This is the diagnostic performance for A1C Now Plus. The analysis was done using 2 cutoffs, 6.3 and 6.5. In general, the sensitivity ranged between 67 to 78%, the specificity ranged between 97 to 100%, PPV between 85 to 100%, and NPV ranged between 94 to 97%. The sensitivity, specificity, PPV, and NPV were slightly higher when using the cutoff 6.5 for both capillary and venous. This is the diagnostic performance for Clover A1C Self. In general, the sensitivity ranged between 80 to 86%, specificity ranged between 96 to 99%, PPV between 82 to 94%, and NPV range between 96 to 98%. Similarly, the sensitivity, specificity, PPV, and NPV were slightly higher when using the cutoff 6.5 for both capillary and venous. But capillary shows higher percentage than venous. This is the last diagnostic performance, which is for A1 care. In general, the sensitivity range between 93 to 98%, specificity range between 96 to 98%, PPV between 84 to 89%, and NPV around 99%. Similarly, sensitivity, specificity, PPV, and NPV slightly higher when using a cutoff point of 6.5 for both capillary and venous, but the capillary shows high percentage than venous. My conclusion is A1C Now Plus, Clover A1C Self, and A1 Care had excellent agreement and diagnostic performance, and it is suitable to use for screening in the clinic settings, particularly in the rural areas, and not to forget the national service. You can contact me at this email if there is any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liana. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Lim Kuang Kueh, a Senior Research Officer from Center for Occupational Health Research, Institute for Public Health, to present his study entitled NCD Intervention Activities Before and After Implementation of COSPEN Plus Program at a Workplace. Mr. Lim Kuang Kueh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Fazli, for introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lim Kuang Kueh, Research Officer from Institute for Public Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Today, I would like to share my study entitled Non-Communicable Diseases Intervention Activities Before and After the Implementation of COSPEN Plus Program at Workplace. Worldwide, non-communicable diseases continue to be an important public health problem, and the burden of the NCDs has affected all countries in the world. In Malaysia, the prevalence of NCDs and NCD risk factors have risen substantially in the last 2 decades. Thus, in 2013, the Ministry of Health Malaysia has taken a big step by embarking on a nationwide community-based intervention program, namely Healthy Community Empower the Nation, or COSPEN, to tackle the NCDs in the community. Overall, the COSPEN program was well accepted by implementers, volunteers, and the communities. Among workers in Malaysia, there is evidence that long working hours, exposure to shift work, high job demand, and low job control will contribute to the development of NCDs. This phenomena has prompted the Ministry of Health to consider in using the COSPEN concept to prevent and reduce the occurrence of NCDs among the workers. Thus, in 2016, the Ministry of Health has introduced a new program known as COSPEN Plus, or Healthy Community Empower the Nation Plus, to reduce the occurrence of NCDs and to increase healthy behavior targeting workers at the workplace. Briefly, COSPEN Plus is an intervention program initiative between Ministry of Health and other interested agencies such as health facilities, others government or private agencies in ensuring workers' participation in public health programs. COSPEN Plus aims to reduce the occurrence of NCDs as well as related risk factors and to increase healthy behavior such as healthy eating, smoke-free, active living, weight management, healthy screening, mental health, work environment, and reduction of alcohol use. Since the COSPEN Plus program was implemented in 2016, no study has been done to assess its program. This study aims to assess the level of the implementation of COSPEN Plus program at workplace after 3 years of its implementation in Malaysia. The study design. This is a cross-sectional study design was conducted from January to March 2020. All health facilities, other governments, and private agencies which had implemented COSPEN Plus program between 1st January 2016 to 31st December 2018 in all states in Malaysia were invited to participate in the study. In each health facilities or agencies, one of the members of the COSPEN Plus Coordinating Committee or Occupational Safety and Health Committee was invited to participate in the study. The exclusion criteria, members that are not the Coordinating Committee or JKKP members, and those who are unable to provide consent to participate. This study used the self-administered questionnaire in the electronic form, consists of two modules as follows. First, respondent and organization information. The second part is the scope of COSPEN Plus program, such as healthy eating, smoke-free, active living, weight management, health screening, mental health, healthy work environment, and last, prevention and reduction of harmful use of alcohol. Computer-assisted self-interview or CASI approach was employed to obtain data. The survey questionnaire was sent to the respondent preferred email address. After respondent completed the questionnaire, a final button will direct the respondent to submit data to the IPH server. Overall, a total of 362 health facilities, governments and private agencies which had implemented COSPEN Plus program were involved in this study. Majority of them were from health facilities, followed by government agencies and private agencies. The results show that more than 80% of the sample in this study implemented 6 out of 8 scopes of COSPEN Plus. Majority of the same scope implemented were health screening, more than 95%, followed by mental health and active living. Result for Scope 1, healthy eating practices. After the implementation of COSPEN Plus, there was an increase of between 8.6% to 17% of the healthy meal during meeting component. In addition, there was an increase of 3.3% in certified healthy cafeteria. Scope 2 result, smoke-free practices. After the implementation of COSPEN Plus, the highest increment was observed in the referred employee to smoking cessation service, or 20.4% increase. There were an additional 4.4% of agencies that received the Blue Ribbon Certificate. Scope 3, active living practices. Less than 25% of the agencies practiced any of the active living component before they started the COSPEN Plus program. However, after the implementation of COSPEN Plus, all the components of active living had an increment of numbers of agencies practicing it ranging from 5 to 28%. Scope 4, weight management practices. After COSPEN Plus, there was an increment of 25% agencies that started to take BMI, or body mass index measurement of their employee regularly. In terms of weight management intervention program, 43% of the agencies studied already had the program before implementing COSPEN Plus. However, this percentage had increased 28% after the implementation of COSPEN Plus to 70.7%. Scope 5, health screening practices. After COSPEN Plus, additional 19.1% agencies made self-check facilities for BMI screening and blood pressure check available for their employees. In addition, there was an increment between 9.4% to 13.8% of agencies owning health screening tool after implementing COSPEN Plus. For Scope 6, mental health practices. After the implementation of COSPEN Plus, there was a reduction of about 2% of agencies that conducted the DAS21 screening. However, there was a big increase of agencies conducting activities to address mental health problems at the workplace, or 34% increment. For Scope 7, healthy work environment, before the implementation of COSPEN Plus, 30 to 40% of the agencies were already providing health facilities for their workers, conducting a cleanliness campaign and carrying out activities to improve the workplace environment. After COSPEN Plus was implemented, there were an increment of 18.5 to 20.4% of these activities. For Scope 8, prevention and reduction of the harmful use of alcohol practices. After the implementation of COSPEN Plus, the number of agencies that conducted regular risk screening on alcohol harm was tripled from 24 to 72 agencies. Agencies that carry out alcohol-free activities for employees more than double from 23 to 55 agencies. In conclusion, overall, agencies participating in the COSPEN Plus program was successfully implemented the program that was evident by more than 80% of the COSPEN Plus agencies has implemented at least 6 out of 8 scopes in their setting. The slight reduction of number of agencies conducting the DAS21 screening after implementing COSPEN Plus raises out questions on the understanding of the function and frequency of the DAS21 screening tool among workers. In addition, the COSPEN Plus program was very well accepted by most of the agencies, and health screening was the scope that showed the highest compliance. Therefore, the COSPEN Plus should be further promoted to be implemented to other agencies nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. Our next speaker is Dr. Tamil Arasu Saminathan, a medical officer from Center for Non-Communicable Disease Research. Dr. Tamil Arasu will be presenting his study on the prevalence of chronic kidney disease and its associated factors in Malaysia. Findings from a national population-based cross-sectional study. Please welcome Dr. Tamil Arasu.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Mr. Chairperson, Dr. Fadli, and good day, everyone. I am Tamil Arasu from Institute for Public Health, and today I will be sharing about our recent study on chronic kidney disease prevalence in Malaysia. Why chronic kidney disease? Globally, chronic kidney disease, or CKD, is the 12th most common cause of death, but it's one of the fastest rising only after diabetes and dementia. And is also the 17th leading cause of global years lost of life, but it is the 3rd largest increase. And all-age CKD mortality rate increased by more than 40% in less than 30 years from 1990 to 2017. How is it in Malaysia? Do we have any recent data? Yes, we do. We have the registry, the Malaysian Dialysis and Transplant Registry. Despite being an extensive database, it captures only information about patients with end-stage renal disease on renal replacement therapy in Malaysia. And in 2011, through the National Health and Morbidity Survey conducted by Institute for Public Health, we published for the first time the population-based prevalence of CKD in Malaysia. This data needed updating to truly reflect the current CKD prevalence in Malaysia. Thus, IPH conducted the CKD study to determine the prevalence of chronic kidney disease among adults in Malaysia. This study involved collaboration with many stakeholders, primarily involving the nephrologists and paramedics from hospitals and hemodialysis units nationwide. The methodology. This is a cross-sectional study. The target population were adults aged 18 years and above, and the sampling frame include non-institutional living quarters, and the sample size reached nearly 1,400. This is a multi-stage stratified cluster sampling design, and for the respondent selection, we included Malaysians aged 18 years and above, whereas we excluded women who were pregnant or menstruating during the data collection. For the study instrument, we had questionnaires. It's a socio-demographic questionnaire to collect demographics, disease history, and medication use. We also had anthropometric and clinical measurements, where we measured waist circumference, body weight, body height, and the blood pressure. We also collected venous blood sample to measure serum creatinine and random blood sugar, and also collected single urine sample to measure the urine albumin to creatinine ratio. For the estimated glomerular filtration rate, eGFR, we use CKD-EPI equation. For the CKD diagnosis criteria, the staging ranges from stage 1, the mildest, to stage 5, the most severe disease, which usually requires renal replacement therapy. In this study, CKD staging was done based on the eGFR and persistence of albuminuria. Data collection commenced in October 2017 and was completed by mid-2018. This map shows the movements of the data collectors along the West Coast, East Coast, and also in the East Malaysia. Geographically, this study covers both urban and rural areas in Malaysia. Due to logistic reasons, only strata 1 to strata 4 were included in this study. A total of 96 enumeration blocks or specified land area were covered throughout Malaysia, with 15 living quarters selected from each. Now for the results. The response rate in our study was fairly good. We had 75% response rate. In 2011, the CKD prevalence in Malaysia was 9.07%. And our recent study in 2018 shows that the prevalence increased to 15.48%. What are the associated factors of CKD in Malaysia, according to our study? We found 4 significant associated factors, being hypertension, diabetes mellitus, increasing BMI, and increasing age. The adjusted odds ratio for hypertension was 3.72, for the diabetes was 3.32, whereas for the increasing BMI and increasing age, it was at 1.06, all with significant p-values. So what's next? CKD has increased about 70% in Malaysia in less than a decade. Is there any country that had successfully reduced its incidence of CKD through a program? Well, there is Taiwan. Through its CKD preventive project initiated in 2001, it managed to reduce the incidence of their CKD by end of that decade. Thus, by the end of 2018, our fellow research team members, spurred by the result from this CKD study, produced the National Action Plan for Healthy Kidneys, also known as ACT-KID 2018 to 2025, with collaboration with related agencies. ACT-Kidney is aligned to the National Strategic Plan for Non-Communicable Disease, the NSP-NCD, and the NCD Global Targets. Its main aim is to prevent or delay the onset of CKD and to improve its management. ACT-KID focuses on multiple stakeholders collaboration and has 4 specific objectives. Further details about this study can be found in this IES research story from this website entitled Latest Prevalence and Risk Factors of CKD in Malaysia. Furthermore, the full details of this study had been published in BMC Nephrology. It contains detailed methodology and more results such as responders characteristic, prevalence of EGFR by categories, prevalence of albuminuria, and prevalence of persistent albuminuria. The DOI of the published paper is as displayed. That's all for my sharing today. I can be reached via both of these emails. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Tamil Arasu. Our last presentation is by Dr. Nur Hamizah Nasaruddin, a medical officer from Center for Burden of Diseases, Institute for Public Health. She will be presenting her study entitled Verbal Autopsy Telephone Interview, a Feasibility Study. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. I'm Nur Hamizah from the Center for Burden of Disease Research, Institutes for Public Health. My team and I did a study entitled Verbal Autopsy Telephone Interview, a Feasibility Study. Malaysia has two categories of death certification. One is medically certified death and the other is the non-medically certified death. The non-medically certified death are deaths that occurred outside health facilities and the cause of death were determined by police officers. Being certified by someone without medical background, the determined cause of death were poorly defined. They were often written as death by old age, sudden death, natural death, or sometimes written as unknown causes. These poorly defined causes of death are unreliable and cannot be used in the calculation for a country's statistics for causes of death. That is why the World Health Organization developed the verbal autopsy method. VA is done through a face-to-face interview between a healthcare worker and a decedent's caregiver. The healthcare worker collects information on the signs and symptoms that led to the decedent's death and passes it to a physician to determine the cause of death. With this information, the poorly defined cause of death can be replaced with a physician-certified cause of death. Malaysia has implemented VA since year 2017. Because the face-to-face interview requires a healthcare worker to be present at the caregiver's home, VA encountered a few issues such as the caregiver's unavailability and also privacy concerns. The most significant issue began since the declaration of COVID-19 pandemic, when the healthcare worker were unable to go for a home visit for the interview. One way to solve this issue is to consider conducting the VA interview through telephone calls. That is why we did a study to assess the VA interviews when done through a telephone call in terms of its feasibility, acceptability, and data quality. We did a cross-sectional study throughout Malaysia from September until October 2020. The respondents for our study were the healthcare workers. 100 healthcare workers were aimed for recruitment and were selected randomly by the district VA team coordinator. We took a list of non-medically certified deaths across Malaysia dated from 1st until 31st January 2020 to be the VA cases. We developed a structured online questionnaire designed together with the public health experts from MOH and WHO. This questionnaire was entitled VA Interview Feedback Form. There were 5 sections in the form, which is the healthcare workers' characteristics, the decedent's characteristics, the interview outcomes, the caregiver's characteristics and perceived feedback toward the phone interview, and lastly, the healthcare worker's feedback toward the phone interview. This is the summary of the study process. First, the healthcare worker received a VA case containing a decedent's information along with their caregiver's contact detail. The healthcare worker conducted the VA interview with the caregiver. The collected information from the interview were used by a physician to determine the cause of death. The determined cause of death were then checked for any presence of poorly defined causes. At the same time, the healthcare workers gave their feedback on the phone interview by completing the online form. All the data collected from the online form and the determined cause of death were merged and analyzed. We assessed the feasibility by the number of successful interviews, A successful interview is when the healthcare worker was able to complete the interview over the telephone and the cause of death was determined. We assess the acceptability by measuring the number of positive feedbacks from healthcare workers and caregivers. We assess the quality by measuring the number of poorly defined causes of death. 116 cases were selected and assigned to 100 healthcare workers for the VA telephone interviews. Out of these cases, 113 healthcare workers did the VA interviews via telephone call and completed the online form, giving a 97% response rate. To answer for our first study objective, which was to assess the feasibility of VA interviews via telephone calls, we received 74 successful interviews and 39 unsuccessful interviews. The 74 successful interviews were higher among those interviews conducted at urban settings, from the Northeast Zone, by female healthcare workers, by healthcare workers from the non-professional service group, by healthcare workers with lesser interview experience, and also when office telephone were used. We found a significant difference between the zones in which the cases from Northeast Zone had the highest success, while Borneo had the least. This was the feedback we received from caregivers interviewed via telephone calls. 86% of caregivers easily trust the healthcare workers, 87% of caregivers easily understood the medical questions, and 95% gave good cooperation throughout the phone interview. However, caregivers older than 60 years old had difficulty to understand the medical question. This was the feedback we received from healthcare workers who conducted the VA interviews. 75% of the healthcare workers did not encounter any limitation, 71% felt comfortable, and 67% felt that it was easy to convey complicated questions over the phone. We found that female healthcare workers and those from rural areas felt comfortable conducting the interview. Female healthcare workers also felt that it was easy to convey complicated questions over the phone compared to males. This was the quality of the cause of death determined from the phone interview. 89% of the determined cause of death were of good quality, meaning that they were not ill-defined nor unusable for mortality statistics. Our analysis proved that having 2/3 of successful phone interviews, we can say that VA via phone call is feasible. 8 out of 10 acceptability by healthcare workers and caregivers, VA via phone call could bring out a more favorable interview outcome. Having 9 out of 10 determined cause of death that were good in quality, it means that phone interview can be conducted effectively. Our study was strong because the samples were equally distributed. The sample selection were blinded to avoid bias. It was cost-effective, and this was the first possible outcome of a VA via phone call. However, the sample size was small, the unsuccessful interviews were not thoroughly investigated, and the caregivers' feedbacks were only as perceived by the healthcare workers. In conclusion, a VA phone interview is feasible, acceptable, and of good quality. Interviews via phone calls will resolve the encountered issues in VA, especially the COVID-19 social distancing preventive measures. The continuity of VA will improve Malaysia's statistics on causes of death. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hamiza. Thank you to all presenters for the enlightening presentations on various topics on NCD. As you can see, there were various types of studies that IKU had conducted. Dr. Tanya, the first presenters, summarized about our scoping review on COVID-19 and comorbidities. This is an important study in the current pandemic, and it provides us with evidence-based data. And apart from this review, we have also conducted several other scoping and systematic review on various topics in IKU. The second presentation by Dr. Noliana is on different type of study on the evaluation of POCT, or evaluation of the point of care testing devices. And this is an important study in research preparation. So it allows us to evaluate our research tools before it can be used in a larger scale studies like NHMS. And the third presentation by Mr. Lim is basically an program evaluation study. Okay, this is a program evaluation study on a nationwide program by our stakeholders, and this study was done in collaboration with a disease control division, Ministry of Health Malaysia. And apart from this study, we have also conducted a few other program evaluation studies, such as evaluation of enhanced primary health care. And the fourth study by Dr. Tamil Arasu, this is basically a population-based study on CKD. So this study used a cross-sectional method, population-based study, similar with NHMS. And this study was done in collaboration with a nephrology program in the Ministry of Health. And I think this is important in formulating future policies on CKD in Malaysia. And the final presentation by Dr. Hamizah is on feasibility study of verbal autopsy using a telephone interview. And this is also important to give us an option to do verbal autopsy using telephone interview, especially during the pandemic, when we are unable to do face-to-face interview at home. So I think let's go to the first questions. The first question is addressed to Dr. Noliana. Okay, when using this analyzer, do you suggest to use cut-off 6.5%?
Thank you so much, Dr. Fadli, and thank you for the questions. So I would like to highlight again about this study, that this study did not compare between the HbA1c and OGTT. So this should not represent how we want to or determine the cut-off for the POCT. So the study actually only compare between the HbA1c using the POCT and how it is comparable or corresponding with the HbA1c using the lab using HPLC. So there were other studies actually that comparing between OGTT and HbA1c, and we can use that one to compare if you want to use different cutoff point.
Okay.
So this actually only provide you the findings on if you are using cutoff 6.3, this is the diagnostic performance, and if you are using 6.5, this is your diagnostic performance.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Liana.
Thank you, Dr. Fadli.
Okay, our next question is for Mr. Lim. Since this study was done among the committee members, how did the findings reflect the true implementation of COSPEN Plus activities by the health facilities?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fadli. Regarding to these questions, in this study, the information obtained was from the perspective of the COSPEN community members. Of course, this to get the true picture or true implementation of cost time plus in the organization, we need to have another study to see the effectiveness of cost time plus program among the employee.
Okay, so this is the perspective from the provider, the committee of cost time plus. So to know the true implementation of the study, we need to do a similar study among the employee as well. Okay, okay, thank you, Mr. Lim. Our next question is for Dr. Tamil. The CKD study showed increase in CKD prevalence in Malaysia compared to the first study in 2011. How similar is both the study and is it comparable? Dr. Tamil.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fadli, and thank you for the question. Well, in short, the answer is yes. It is similar and comparable. To be more specific, during the initial discussions with the nephrologists in the early stages of the study, we wanted to. One of the key points we discussed is whether the study in 2011 is replicable in 2018. And one of the things we made sure that even though we want to replicate as much as we can, another thing that we want to make sure is we use the current methods and gold standard, and not only to keep focusing on replicability to understand the trend. So yes, we maintained most of the methods that we use, like the equation used for CKD-EP equation, the single urine collections method, and also the albuminuria results. Like for instance, albuminuria, we did not use single albuminuria findings, but instead we made sure we repeated the albuminuria after a month to make sure it's positive twice. So that was also done in 2011. And the laboratory was used was also very similar. The creatinine isotope was IDMS. So it is very comparable. So we also wanted to make sure the trend can be found from this study. So it's very similar study from 2011. Thank you.
I think in terms of sampling design also, both studies could represent adult population in Malaysia.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. Next question. Based on the scoping review, okay, this is for Dr. Tania. What are the potential policy implications that could be made?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fadli, and thank you for the question. Actually, this scoping review reminds us how important NCD screening is. So, NCD screening is important so that we can detect and we can know who has comorbidities, and so that more attention will be given to this group of people. Just like what we did in the National COVID-19 Immunization Plan, we vaccinated frontliners first, of course, and also the elderly and those with comorbidities, in line with having more deaths and mortalities among those with comorbidities such as diabetes and hypertension. So actually there are many studies published regarding this topic. Even recently there was a study published in the Lancet. It said that in Malaysia, most cases, COVID-19 mortalities, about 70% had comorbidities. So this is an important factor in this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nia. Okay, next question for Dr. Nohamiza. Are there any implications or changes done on the verbal autopsy operating guidelines in Malaysia since the completion of this research?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Fadli. For verbal autopsy in Malaysia, we use the standard operating procedure. Of this study, there has been a policy change, which is Instead of the face-to-face interview as the primary mode of interview, we now use the telephone interview method as the primary mode of interview, and we still use the face-to-face interview only as complementary method if the caregivers are not able to be contacted by phones. So,
Okay.
hope that answers the question.
Yes. Okay. There is policy changes on that. Okay. Next to Dr. Noliana, can you share your stakeholders for the study? How much is the? Can you share your stakeholders?
The stakeholders for this study is from the bahagian kawalan penyakit.
Okay. Okay. How your findings will be translated into practice or policy change?
So actually, this POCP itself has been used in other KKs actually, and also in other GPs, but they were never evaluated in the Malaysia itself. So we also need to use it in preparation for our future research. So what we're doing now is preparing the platform for the future use.
Okay. As I mentioned before, we have to make sure our tools is validated and evaluated properly before we can use it in a larger scale studies like NHMS. So this is part of the preparation for NHMS in the future in case we want to use the device for the study. Okay. Next question for Mr. Lim. Okay, is there any incentive given to agencies that implementing cost spend plus activities?
Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding to the incentive, the answer is no. However, the Ministry of Health will provide training for the agencies or facilities who are interested to have cost spend plus program in their facilities of agency, and the Ministry of Health also will monitor their progress based on the return submitted quarterly or half yearly to the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Okay. Next question is addressed to Dr. Tamel. Do you consider actors outside MOH, like industries, etc., as your important stakeholders to change policy for prevention of CKD in Malaysia?
Okay, thank you for the question. For policy change, I'm not sure I'm not the right person to answer this question, but it's in my opinion, whatever the policy is, I think it's important to have interagency or inter-industry, inter-ministerial collaboration. And I think it's the same for CKD prevention as well. For instance, in the recent 12 Malaysian plan that was recently published, it says that they want to move forward in our policy making and all these things. And one of the things that was mentioned is the inter-industrial, inter-ministerial collaborations. So I think not only in CKD aspect, I think in any aspect policy, it should include all these industries and other stakeholders. But it is also important for the other industry and players to come up and approach whether they want to be part of it instead of MOH going to find it has to be a mutual understanding between the industries. So I think yes, it is important, and I think that's the way forward.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tamel. So our next question, questions regarding VA. May I know what is the appropriate time frame for verbal autopsy? Interview need to be done for it to be successful based from your study.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Fadli. VA interview is the interview process for the healthcare worker to ask questions to the caregiver of the deceased person. They need to ask questions related to the signs and symptoms before the death of that deceased person. So the most, how do we say it? We call it a recall bias. The caregiver needs to explain and recall back all the signs and symptoms that happened before their family member passed away. So the best time is within 3 months, but the first 3 months is also the mourning period. So it is unsuitable for us to go and contact them, ask them questions within their mourning period. So a study did, there was a study that did the best time for the recall bias to, so that we do not exceed the recall bias. It is around 1 to 3 years. But this study was done on the face-to-face interview. The question that was asked is for this study. This study was done via telephone interview, and this was the first study that did on VA via telephone interview. For this study, we use small sample size. So to answer the question, what is the best time for verbal autopsy to be done? What is the best time for the verbal autopsy to be done so that it does not exceed the recall bias? We need to do a bigger study to answer that question. If we want to know for the verbal autopsy through telephone.
Based on literatures, what is the suggested time frame? Recommended time frame, yeah.
If the verbal autopsy interview is done face to face, it is between 1 to 3 years.
Okay.
To not exceed the recall bias.
But for verbal autopsy, is there any study elsewhere on the verbal autopsy?
For telephone interview?
Yeah, for telephone interview.
There hasn't been any study done yet.
Ours is the first in the world, I think.
Yeah.
Probably lah.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, we have to balance between recall bias and also not to disturb the family members during the mourning period, right? Okay. So thank you, Dr. Hamiza. So let's go to our next question. Why did you choose a scoping review compared to systematic review? This is for Dr. Tanya.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fadli. Thank you for the question. So, why did we choose a scoping review compared to a systematic review? Actually, this scoping review was conducted at the initial stage of the pandemic. So, our search was from January to April. That was when actually the pandemic started. So, we wanted a broader range of articles, and as compared to a systematic reviews have got more stringent inclusion criteria, and also the usage of critical appraisal tools such as checklists such as the Joanna Briggs checklist to be used in the systematic review. And if we were to do a systematic review, it would include more RCTs and interventional studies, and also so actually that is the reason why we chose a scoping review. And also in the future we would like to take on this scoping review probably to do a more specific systematic review and a meta-analysis. Yeah, thank you.
So basically this method is more appropriate for
for the initial part of the pandemic. This method was the most appropriate one.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tania. Our next question is addressed to Dr. Tamil. Why was CKD-AP equation? Okay, this is very technical, Dr. Tamil. Why was CKD-AP equation, chronic kidney disease epidemiology collaboration, used for this study and not the MDRD, which is a modification of diet in renal disease education? Okay.
Thank you for the question. Interesting. First of all, one of the main thing you want to do in this study is the prevalence of CKD is to stage the population according to CKD levels, and eGFR, estimated glomerular filtration rate, is one of the important in the equation as the equation, and MDRD, as mentioned, is one of the early used equations. And then CKD-AP was only like a decade ago it was used. Why we use CKD-AP? First is because 2011 we used CCDER, so we wanted to make it a comparable study.
Okay.
And then the question arose that why they did use CCDER in 2011. So it's found out that CCDER equation is more suitable for multi-ethnic population, because there was a study in Singapore done by Teo et al. Which comprised the population very similar to Malaysia, Malay, Chinese and Indian. So it was validated that CCDER was a good equation to use to get the prevalence of CKD in a multi-ethnic setting. So since Malaysia has a similar setting to Singapore, so that's another reason why we kept the CKD application in this study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Tamil. The next question is for Puan Hamiza. Dr. Hamiza. Okay. What is the intention of this study? Who are the stakeholders and who provides the list to call? What is the composition of the healthcare workers? Okay.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Fadli. The intention of the study is so that we can see whether verbal autopsy interview can be done via telephone. Previously and before this, the verbal autopsy interview has always been done via face-to-face interview, meaning that the healthcare worker goes to the caregiver's house and conduct the interview there, face-to-face. But our study intends to see whether the verbal autopsy interview can be done via telephone. The healthcare worker does not need to go to the caregiver's house and conduct the interview physically. So that's the intention of the study. We wanted to see whether the interview done by telephone is feasible, acceptable by the caregiver, acceptable by the healthcare worker, and also what is the data quality, the output of the verbal autopsy via telephone. Is it comparable to the physical face-to-face interview or not? So that's for the first question. And the second one was who were the stakeholders? Yeah? Who were the stakeholders for the verbal autopsy? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are the stakeholders and who provide the list to call?
Yes.
Well, the stakeholders for this study, as for verbal autopsy interview method 2, it is the Disease Control Division, the Ministry of Health Disease Control Division. So they are the one who conduct the verbal autopsy, and they receive all the list of who which case should be called for the verbal autopsy. Mainly, the cases that need to do the verbal autopsy are the non-medically certified death. So when people pass away at hospital, doctors can give the cause of death. So it is a medically certified death. But when people pass away at home, the person who give the diagnosis, the cause of death, are usually the police officers who conducted the case. The most common cause of death given in Malaysia for the non-medically certified death are sakit tua, or death by old age. It reaches almost half of the non-medically certified death in Malaysia. So death by old age is not considered as the cause of death to be included in the mortality statistic. So that is why verbal autopsy is done. So when the person passed away, they give the diagnosis such as death by old age, and they register it in the civil registration. So the civil registration will give the data to the Ministry of Health Disease Control Division, and then the Disease Control Division will spread out all the list so that the healthcare workers throughout Malaysia can do the VA. So, and the last one, does that answer the question?
Okay.
And the last one was who were the composition of the healthcare workers?
Yes.
The healthcare worker who did the interview was among medical officers, medical assistant, and also nurses. They can also be among matrons too. So those are the ones who should call up the caregivers to conduct the interview.
Okay. So now the first option of autopsy, verbal autopsy is, are you suggesting telephone interview or still face-to-face method?
Well, since it's we are still in the ongoing pandemic, and most of us, everyone, are still afraid to go and meet up people without a proper cause, unless they really wanted to go, they have a purpose to go out. But for work, I think in my opinion, people feel safer when they can avoid physical contact. So, in my opinion, doing telephone interviews for the verbal autopsy is the most suitable for now. And there has been a policy change, which is the Ministry of Health also said that the primary method of interview for the verbal autopsy now is the telephone method. But we can still use the face-to-face as complementary when the telephone method can be used.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamiza. Next question is for Dr. Liana. How come AKU also do lab study? Why not IMR conduct this kind of study? Okay, Dr. Liana.
So actually, this is not a lab study. This is a community-based study. Even our population are those among not known to have the diabetes. And it's not about who conduct this kind of study, but what is the objective of the research study. And we are like we mentioned before this, that we are conducting this as preparation for our future NHMS, and also the findings itself we can share with other users such as healthcare facilities. But we did consult with IMR on how they are part in doing other evaluation studies that regarding all the samples or anything that involving lab studies.
Okay.
We do include them.
Yeah. So basically, validation of tools related to implementation of research is also conducted by IKU.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Next question for Mr. Lim. What are the obstacles when implementing COSPAN Plus?
Okay. Thank you for the questions. In this study, the obstacle when implementing COSPAN Plus was not covered in the study. However, from my opinion, the implementation of COSPAN Plus problem is at the sustainability of the program. We don't know, after few years the program was implemented, we don't know either it will be maintained or not maintained. So I suggest in the next study, we need to include the sustainability topic in the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. Next question again for Dr. Hamiza. Okay. So people are very interested in verbal autopsy. Do suicide cases also included in verbal autopsy? How do you see Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara role in providing mortality data? Okay, Dr. Hamiza.
Okay, thank you for the question, and thank you viewers for asking me lots of questions. That means you understood my slide. Well, all right. How do we choose to do verbal autopsy? We do verbal autopsy only for non-medically certified death. For the death that happened at the hospital with medically certified diagnosis, we don't do verbal autopsy again. So for the death that happened at home or outside health facilities, and then they don't have a proper diagnosis contributed by medical officers, so we need to do verbal autopsy. So for suicide cases, suicide cases, once they are labeled as such as what is the example for suicide? I mean, like for suicide cases, police officers give the diagnosis for suicide, but we don't do verbal autopsy on suicide cases because they are already categorized for intentional injury and non-intentional injuries. Intentional injuries.
Intentional injuries. Okay.
Okay. So I hope that answers the question for suicide. And then the second one is for the civil registration. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The civil registration Malaysia civil registration do not provide mortality data. Civil registration only accepts and register the death in Malaysia, and then they pass the data to other agency. Those that provide mortality data are the Department of Statistics, but Department of Statistics only publish data on medically certified death. So we lost the amount, about 40% of the non-medically certified death which do not include in the medically certified death. So that's quite a lot of amount.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hamiza. I think we come to the end of our Q&A sessions. And again, I would like to thank all the presenters for their presentation and also for answering the questions. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Fadli, and all speakers for the meaningful symposium. Let us now proceed to the fourth symposium entitled Public Health, Nutrition and Human Life Cycle. The symposium will be chaired by Puan Suhaila binti Abdul Ghaffar from Center for Nutrition Epidemiology Research IKU. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Puan Suhaila binti Abdul Ghaffar to chair the session.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera everyone. Welcome to Seminar Penyelidikan Institut Kesihatan Umum. I'm Suhaila Abdul Ghaffar, chairperson for this symposium and currently working under the Center of Nutrition and Epidemiology Research. As the old saying goes, tak kenal maka tak cinta. So, let me introduce with the presentation by our panelists. This center, also known as CCDER, was established back in 2014. Currently, the center employs 15 officers with nutrition and dietetic background, and the main area were involved in are as follows. The center conduct research, translate and disseminate research findings with regard to nutrition-related issues in Malaysia. The center also provides evidence-based findings to support national policies, strategies and plan of action to MOH and other relevant agencies. We do also provide technical input and consultancy services, especially regarding research are provided by the center. The center also tasked to develop networking and collaboration with related agencies locally and globally. Now, let us move into our symposium for today, titled Public Health Nutrition in Human Life Cycle. This topic is chosen as it is crucial to understand that each phase of life needs a special attention and different food requirement. So today, 3 of our officers will be presenting the findings from their doctorate studies based on this topic. Our first panelist is Dr. Nur Shamlina Cik Abdul Rahim, a nutritionist who has huge experience in human and child health, particularly related to breastfeeding. Of course, she will share more from her study on development of a practice model for induced lactation in Malaysia with us. So, without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Nur Shamlina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Madam Chairperson for kindly introduction. My name is Nur Shamlina Cik Abdul Rahim and I am pleased to present my study titled Development of a Practice Model for Induced Lactation in Malaysia. The outline of my presentation today based on 14 major domains as shown. As an introduction, induced lactation is a method of stimulating breast milk production in women who have not undergone pregnancy. Among the reasons that encourage induced lactation are to save the life of baby who lost their mother after labor, to build a strong bond between mothers and the children to whom they did not give birth, to meet the nutrition needs for breast milk, and in Islam to create a restriction against marriage between adopted siblings who were nursed by the same mother. Induced lactation process needs great dedication and determination. It is far more complex than initiating postpartum lactation. The successful practice of induced lactation in Malaysia is highly dependent on the cooperation between various parties. However, it cannot be guaranteed until we prepare a blueprint for Malaysian parents and medical professionals to follow, which should also be scientifically documented. Past studies in Malaysia have shown that we have not given much attention to obtain a comprehensive overview of the practices among lactation practitioner subgroups in Malaysia. women's experiences and perceptions of induced lactation practice with their support person have yet to be studied. Thus, I can look deeper into this study. In order to explore and overcome the research gaps, this study provides accurate, evidence-based, and reliable information on induced lactation to health professionals and other individuals in this country. The finding of this study will redound to the benefit of society, considering that induced lactation is the primary method for mothers to breastfeed their adopted children while achieving mahram and fulfilling Islamic demands for Muslims. This study is the first step towards a more profound understanding of the practice from numerous viewpoints and perspectives. Finally, this study's finding will provide reference material for both policymakers and those in position of influence and power. It will guide them in making decisions and policy pronouncements that will exceptionally be of interest to government planning authorities and agencies as well as NGOs interested in breastfeeding. I am certain that this induced lactation practice model will be a valuable resource for healthcare professionals, academics, NGOs, and other stakeholders in the future. This study has been conducted based on the following research questions. Number 1, how does treating practitioners practice induced lactation in Malaysia? Number 2, what are the experiences of women regarding induced lactation in Malaysia? Number 3, what are the perceptions of support persons regarding induced lactation in Malaysia? And number 4, what is suggested practice model for induced lactation in Malaysia? As for the general objective, researchers aim to explore the experience of practitioners, women and support persons and the practice model of induced lactation in Malaysia. These are the 4 specific objectives which aim to answer the research questions. Number 1, to identify and document the practice of practitioners on induced lactation in Malaysia. Number 2, to explore the experience of women undergoing the induced lactation process in Malaysia. Number 3, to explore the perception of a support person regarding induced lactation in Malaysia. And number 4, to provide a recommended practice model of induced lactation in Malaysia. In my study, I have divided the comprehensive literature search and synthesis information about induced lactation into 4 key areas as shown. This figure illustrates the theoretical concept of intention of influence that lead to induced lactation practice. Meanwhile, the conceptual framework justifies the association between specific variables described in the study. Having considered all the research design options, I am determined that a qualitative approach with a case study design was the most appropriate method for this study to comprehending the deeper meanings of complex induced lactation process. The nature of the case study is sufficient to explain and discuss what induced lactation practice used in Malaysia and how it is interpreted and implemented. The semi-structured interviews and structured online surveys as the most suitable data collection method to maximize the potential for generalized findings. The population units are the individuals, and the population frame is 5 states based on regions in Malaysia. The interview were consented to, audio-recorded and transcribed verbatim, followed by identification of emerging themes. The interview were consented to, audio-recorded and transcribed verbatim, followed by identification of emerging themes. The verbatim transcribed were managed using Atlas TI-8 software. Meanwhile, data from the questionnaires were stored in Microsoft Excel and descriptive analysis were initially utilized. Further, this study considered the ethical issues that may happen to develop trust with respondents and promote research integrity. For each categories of respondents, there are different inclusion and exclusion criteria as shown in the table. In this study, practitioners were selected based on the information obtained from the nutrition division. In total, 23 practitioners consented to participate in this study. The selection of women who was undergoing induced lactation procedure, either completed or still under treatment, was obtained from the practitioners. The practitioners provide 1 to 10 names of women who were their clients based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and the practitioner selected in the last practitioner women have seen for guidance with the induced lactation process. Out of 33 eligible respondents invited, only 23 women gave consent. After a thorough briefing to every woman, they were requested to inform the researcher of their support persons to be interviewed. Thus, the total of support person was proportional to the number of women participating in this study. As a final point, saturation occurs when no new data collection contributes to more clarification of the issues. Therefore, a total of respondents was 69. This study used the semi-structured interview as the primary data collection method. The researcher asked various questions in the semi-structured interview and then asked and discussed more the answer of the respondent. Thematic analysis used in this qualitative analysis. A theme is identified based on recurrence, repetition, and forcefulness of the data. An online questionnaire survey via a Google form deployed for support persons as mean for triangulation with the interview data collection technique. This online survey is only conducted among support persons because the support person provide little details during the interview and very little talk with the researcher due to discomfort caused by different gender considerations and presence of women as partners. As a result, the researcher collects some of the essential data through this online survey. Data from the questionnaires were initially utilized and summarized as numbers and percentage. Further, the result from the semi-structured interviews and online survey described according to the characteristics of the respondents. A total of 23 practitioners were interviewed. All of them were female. In terms of ethnicity distribution, there were 19 Malays, 3 Chinese, and 1 Indian. The work setting for all practitioners included government hospital and clinics, private hospitals and clinics, and lactation centers. In this study, out of 23 women who underwent the induced lactation procedure were ethnic Malay Muslims. No participation from other ethnic and religion, although they were contacted and asked for the consent to participate. All the women were married except for one respondent who was single and not married. In this study, each woman was requested to inform the researcher of their support persons. As a result, 21 women admitted that they received their main support from their husband, while the other 2 women received main support from mother and sister-in-law. A thematic analysis of the transcript interviews generated 8 main themes according to 3 groups of respondents. Based on the semi-structured interviews, 3 main themes were derived. Number 1, description of practice. Number 2, care plans for clients. And number 3, quality and effective continuity of care for the women. Each theme was made up of several sub-themes. The sub-themes showed their practice and experience in treating induced lactation clients. 3 main themes emerged that describe the experience of women who underwent induced lactation. Number 1, main motivation factors for undergoing the induced lactation process. Number 2, the key challenge for women during the process of induced lactation. And number 3, the factors affecting successful adoptive breastfeeding. 2 main themes emerged that describe the perception of support persons toward the induced lactation practice. Number 1, positive attitude towards induced lactation process. And number 2, accepting, learning, and implementing the support role. The online survey consisted of 4 main questions and only involved the support persons. The support persons were obligated to answer based on their perceptions and the experiences that they had with the mother who had undergone the induced lactation process. These 3 sources contribute to the recommended practice model of induced lactation in Malaysia. This recommended practice model was formed as a comprehensive overview of the process that the woman and support person underwent and documents the wide variations that exist in induced lactation practices offered by Malaysian lactation practitioners. Linked to the research objective that I mentioned earlier in previous slide, This study found that various factors contribute to the success of induced lactation practice in Malaysia. In Malaysia, induced lactation practice differs significantly depending on where practitioners work, such as hospital, health clinics, and lactation care center. What the client's expectation and which medical condition should be considered when determining the best procedure for induced lactation. In order for women to receive essential care, practitioners must be skilled and knowledgeable. This study also confirmed that practitioners were responsible for determining additional help in the community. It is necessary to provide a persistent and consistent support outside the health care facility. In details, the results indicate that the women follow all the procedure may or may not include medications, herbs, pumping, and or a supplementary feeding tube at the breast. Factors affecting successful induced lactation in this study are in line with those found in the literature, where induced lactation cessation is a complex issue that is influenced by biophysical factors, support persons, commitment and determination, nutrition, breastfeeding aids, as well as technique and preparation. Achieve mahram status, mother-child bonding, severity of birth, and gain motherhood experience were the factors involved in motivating women to become witnesses. These studies discovered that health condition, work commitment, inability to follow the treatment plan, as well as social demographic factors were significant challenges during the induced lactation process. The role of support person is crucial in ensuring that the care plan can be implemented as efficiently as possible. Support person in this study described how they felt breastfeeding could be achieved through persistence and positive attitude. Previous studies on the attitude of support person, especially husbands, towards breastfeeding consistently found that a positive attitude obviously influenced the mother's intention to breastfeed, while a negative attitude had the opposite effect on the maternal-infant feeding intention. This study is the first step towards a more philosophical understanding of induced lactation practice from numerous viewpoints and perspectives. This practice model is made up of three essential structural elements. Number one, government policy. Number two, human capital. And number three, equipment. The circle is symbolic of unity, understanding, and cooperation between the three groups of respondents. The practice model of induced lactation was visually attractive and informative. This model is a graphic that symbolizes various beliefs, values, theories, and systems derived from research findings and defined in the form of illustration. This practice model is of significant usefulness and may help to ensure the safe implementation of induced lactation protocol and improve its rate of success for Malaysian women. In this study, three potential limitations were identified. First, there may be a recall bias among the respondents as the information was collected retrospectively. Second, in order to validate the transcript data, individuals may not be able to recall the views they provided during the interview. Third, since this study focused on Muslim women and support persons, therefore the finding cannot be extrapolated to other religious groups. Despite their limitation, there are three notable strengths of this study. First, novelty of the research. This is the first comprehensive study as a mean range of factors that potentially influence practitioner and support person involved in women's induced lactation practice. Moreover, women identified her own support person. Second, primary data involving three groups of respondents. Third, practice model of induced lactation is recommended to give a better understanding on women experiences during induced lactation, along with the practitioners and support persons' perspective and guidance. The main conclusion of this study are drawn together and presented in this slide. Number one, this research contribute new knowledge on the current practice of induced lactation in Malaysia. Number two, this research proposed a recommended practice model based on the experiences of women who wanted to nurse their adopted babies, various practices of practitioners, and the perception of support persons throughout the induced lactation process. Number 3, the essence of successful industrialization practice is unity, understanding and cooperation between women, their support persons and practitioners. This is the recommendation for practice or service improvement. Number 1, healthcare professionals should play a more active and important role in educating mothers on the skill needed for the lactation process. Number 2, healthcare professionals should spend more time with mothers through consultations, counseling sessions, and by conducting workshops or seminar to disseminate the induced lactation knowledge. Number 3, strengthen promotions or campaigns that support breastfeeding and adopted child should include the other family members so that they can help mothers successfully breastfeed the adopted child and achieve their goals. And number 4, the intensifying efforts to promote the advantages of breastfeeding and adopted child also extend to employers and the workplace to remove all obstacles that discourage working mothers from breastfeeding their adopted children. This is the recommendation for future research. Number 1, a comparison of various protocols and procedures is needed to evaluate better their efficacy, safety, and ideal length of treatment to induce lactation. Number 2, doing large-scale longitudinal studies to assess the effect of breastfeeding on the relationship of the adopted child with her adopted family. And number 3, further research on experimental clinical study of drugs used to induce lactation in women could tackle the issue of effectiveness of the use of drugs in the hormone stimulation process in the Malaysian context. This is my references. I would like to acknowledge USM short-term grant for funding this research project and NMRR for granting permission to conduct this study. The works undertaken by the researcher has contributed to a number of publications and presentations in local and international conferences. And that brings us to the end. I would like to thank you for your time today and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamlina, for her interesting finding on model development for induced lactation among mothers in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panelist is a young and talented man. He just joined IKU end of last year. So let's welcome Mr. Lai Wai Kan and his topic on prevalent and predictor of overweight and obesity among adolescents in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan, Malaysia. The floor is yours, Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. The title of my study is The Prevalence and Predictors of Overweight and Obesity Among Adolescents in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan, and these are my research team members. I will begin with the background of the study. Obesity is recognized as a serious public health threat and an epidemic, and some even have described it as a global pandemic. Childhood overweight and obesity often persist into adulthood and thus increase the risk of developing non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases at a younger age. Early detection and treatment for obesity in children may result in weight status improvement. These are the problem statement where the trend in children's and adolescents' mean BMI has accelerated in Southeast Asian countries, and Malaysia ranks top in terms of prevalence of child overweight and obesity. Therefore, it is essential to further explore on the prevalence and its association with social demographic, behavioral, and psychosocial factors in Malaysia. The findings of this study can contribute towards the update of data on body weight status among school-going adolescents in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan. By determining the significance predictors of overweight and obesity, it would enable researchers to better help the community in addressing the problem and plan for the preventive measures. The general objective of the study was to determine the prevalence and predictors of overweight and obesity among adolescents in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan, and the specific objective were to determine the social demographic characteristic, behavioral factors, and personal factors of the adolescents, to determine the prevalence of body weight status, to determine the association between these factors and body weight status, and to determine the predictors of overweight and obesity. And this is the conceptual framework of the study. It suggests that the few factors contribute to overweight and obesity, namely social demographic, personal, and behavioral factors. The study was a cross-sectional study conducted in government secondary schools in Seremban. The sampling population is secondary school students aged 12 to 18 in Seremban. Sample size calculation was based on proportion of population by using Lamb-Shaw formula. After considering non-response rate and design effect, final sample size was 2,370. The inclusion criteria was Form 1, Form 2 and Form 4 students. Non-Malaysians and students attending special education class were excluded. Sampling with probability proportionate to size and two-stage cluster sampling were used in the study. In stage 1, 8 out of 46 secondary schools were randomly selected by using systematic random sampling method. In stage 2, classes were randomly selected by using simple random sampling method. Validated questionnaire was used in the study. The instrument included social demographic, meal pattern, physical activity, screen time, healthy eating and weight self-efficacy, perceived physical activity self-efficacy, self-esteem, body size satisfaction, perception of body weight status, depression, anxiety and stress, and nutrition knowledge. Body height and weight were measured by trained person. BMI for age Z-score were obtained by using Entroplus software. This classification of Z-score was based on WHO Growth Preference 2007. As for data collection, briefing sessions were conducted to explain the purpose of the study. Information sheets and consent forms were distributed. Upon receiving permission to take part in the study, questionnaires were administered to the participants, body weight and height were measured. Data analysis was performed using SPSS version 25. Basic descriptive data were analyzed. The predictors of overweight and obesity were determined by using the multivariate logistic regression model. The significant predictors were based on p-value less than 0.05. Approvals and permissions were obtained from the relevant parties in Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and University Putra Malaysia. Consent forms were obtained from the participants and their parents. A total of 2,221 students out of 2,659 eligible ones were participated in the study, providing a total response rate of 83.5%. The rest were either not interested to participate, had no parental consent, or absent during data collection. The mean age of adolescents who participated in this study was 14.2 years. Slightly more female than male participants were recruited in this study. Majority of the participants were Malay. On the other hand, 31.9% of the participants were found to be either overweight or obese. The prevalence of overweight was 17% and obesity was 14.9%. The prevalence of overweight and obesity found in this study was slightly higher than compared to the recent NHMS. The higher prevalence in this study could be due to the different age group in NHMS 2017 and 2019 as compared to the current study. Besides, this study only targeted on one district, which could limit the generalization of the findings to the national and state level. Based on data from the Global School-Based Student Health Survey, the pool prevalence of overweight and obesity among adolescents in low-income and middle-income countries were 17.3% and 8.6% respectively. As compared to the findings in this study, the prevalence of overweight was similar, but the prevalence of obesity was much higher than the pool prevalence in low and middle-income countries. Pool prevalence of overweight and obesity in Asian adolescents were 14.6% and 8.6% respectively. The findings in this study were much higher than the prevalence of adolescents overweight and obesity in Asian countries. This table shows the logistic regression analysis on the predictors of overweight and obesity. Breakfast skipping and low physical activity level were significant predictors. Breakfast skippers were 1.73 times more likely of being overweight and obese than those who ate breakfast regularly. Participants with low levels of physical activity were 1.37 times more likely of being overweight and obese than those who have moderate and high physical activity levels. Besides, there was a borderline negative association between self-efficacy and being overweight and obese. For each unit increase in both self-efficacy scores, the likelihood of being overweight and obese decreases. Those who wish to have a smaller body size were 2.56 times more likely of being overweight and obese than those who were satisfied with their body. On the other hand, those who wish to have a bigger body size were less likely to be overweight and obese than those who were satisfied with their body. This analysis revealed that the perception of large body size was significantly increased the odds of being overweight and obese by 4.4 times compared to those who perceive themselves as underweight. In this study, results revealed that the proportion of participants who reported being overweight and obese did not differ by gender, age, ethnicity. consumption of fast food, eating out and snacking, self-esteem, depression, anxiety, stress, and nutrition knowledge. Employing the multivariate model, the significant predictors of overweight and obesity were breakfast skipping, low physical activity level, low self-efficacy, and body dissatisfaction, which were consistent with several other studies. However, their study revealed that among overweight and obese children, more than 1/3 were not aware that he or she was being overweight. The study has several limitations. For instance, due to the study design was cross-sectional, no causal implication could be drawn. Adolescents' self-reported data could present its own sets of problems, including social desirability, recall bias, and misreporting. In addition, there was no use of food frequency questionnaire, 24-hour food recall, or food records in this study. Data on important confounder, for example, parental factors, health risk behavior such as smoking habits, alcohol consumption, were not collected. All environmental settings and factors that potentially impact childhood obesity, such as the quality and quantity of physical education at school level and home, the school nutrition program, as well as school resources, were also not investigated. In conclusion, this cross-sectional study was carried out, and results show that the prevalence of overweight and obesity among adolescents was 17 and 14.9% respectively. It reveals that overweight and obesity are emerging public health issues among Malaysian school children. The significant predictors of overweight and obesity identified in this study included breakfast skipping, low physical activity level, low healthy eating and weight self-efficacy score, low perceived physical activity self-efficacy score, body dissatisfaction, and perception of large body size. The findings also suggest that health education programs should focus on self-efficacy, especially in increasing confidence to carry out healthy eating habits and weight control, as well as performing exercise or physical activity. In addition, health education programs need to include topics on body image, body satisfaction, and methods of weight control. This is a list of my references. And thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, Mr. Lai, for the insightful presentation. Last but not least, I would like to introduce our third panelist, and his name with IKU is so synonym among nutrition officers. Let's welcome Dr. Ahmad Ali Zainuddin with his topic on nutrition, transition and its association with obesity in Malaysia adult.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera to everybody. Alhamdulillah, today I've been given the chance to present a study with a title, Nutrition Transition and its Association with Obesity in Malaysia. This is the outline of my presentation for today, from the introduction to recommendation. A brief introduction on this study, as developed by Barry Popkin 2002, nutrition transition model describe the shift from underweight to overweight and obesity in the developing world. According to Drevnovsky, nutrition transition is characterized by acceptance of modern diet that high in fat, salt and sugar, and rejection of a traditional diet. Countries undergoing nutrition transition demonstrate rapid changes in diet and lifestyle. It was shown that as a population become wealthier, intake of calories, fat and sugar was increased. Furthermore, a rapid growth of fast food industry in the last decade has added another dimension to the changes in food consumption pattern in Malaysia. This is a problem statement of the study. We can see that the issue was a new threat of overweight and obesity in Malaysia is beginning to become evident due to the shift in feeding practice and energy expenditure. Changes in lifestyle, occupational pattern and dietary habit reflects in the morbidity and mortality of Malaysia population. However, for the existing study, in the absence of nationwide food consumption survey, nutrition transition in Malaysia can only highlight by some selected study. The problem was what is the extent of underreporting of energy intake in Malaysian nutrition survey, and we are unable to identify what type of dietary patterns that are associated with overweight and obesity. The gap in this study was the lack of characterizing the dietary pattern, which predict the overweight and obesity in Malaysia. Men's nutrient intake has been debated. How it's possible with both survey has shown low energy intake and high physical activity level, but obesity is still on the rise. From the problem statement, we derive 5 research objectives. Number 1 is to determine the socio-demographic factor associated with overweight and obesity among Malaysian adults. Number 2 is to examine the extent of underreporting of energy intake and its related characteristic among respondents in Malaysian Adult Nutrition Survey, MENS 2003 and MENS 2014. Number 3 is to assess the changes in the nutrient intake in Malaysia between year 2003 and 2014. Number 4 is to assess the changes in the recommended nutrient intake achievement in Malaysia between year 2003 and 2014. And number 5 is to determine the relationship between dietary pattern and BMI in MENS 2014 sample. This study was subjected to a few scope and delimitation, such as participants of the study were limited to adult age between 18 to 59 years old in the Malaysian Adult Nutrition Survey and adult age 18 years old and above in National Health and Morbidity Survey in 2011. These survey data were chosen because they were similar in sampling design and sampling frame, and all respondents were estimated to represent Malaysian population. The analysis is based on cross-sectional data, thus limiting inference and on causal relationship between the identified factors and outcome. Measuring dietary intake using a single 24-hour diet recall may not provide a good estimate of intake as compared to multiple 24-hour diet recall. This is the summary of a literature review. The literature review is divided into several subtopics. The first and second part of literature discuss on the conceptual model adapted from Popkin 1998, and subsequently the chapter discuss changes in dietary pattern and obesity in Malaysia as an overview of nutrition transition in Malaysia and how this relate to the rise of obesity. Referring to figure 1, the nutrition transition is generally accompanied by demographic and health transition. The period hold within this transition are outlined in figure 2. The focus of this study is increasing on pattern 3 to 5, that is from receding famine to degenerative disease or nutrition-related NCD to behavioral change. Nutrition transition also is synonymous with the shift from pattern 3 to 4, particularly rapid shift in many other world. Low and moderate income country was from the pattern of receding famine to nutrition-related non-communicable disease. This study is based on secondary data analysis from National Health and Morbidity Survey and Malaysian Adult Nutrition Survey. All survey is a cross-sectional population-based study design with 2-stage stratified sampling to select a representative sample from a Malaysian population. In the survey sample of NHMS 2011, target population was all household members. For this study sample only, 17,257 individuals were selected, excluding age below 18 and based on successful measurement of body weight and standing height. In MENS 2003 survey, target population was adult age 18 to 59 years old, and total survey sample was 7,350 with 94.8% response rate. And for this study sample, only 6,734 individuals were selected. In MENS 2004 survey, same as 2003,
total survey sample was 3,000 with 84% response rate, and for this study sample, only 2,890 individuals were selected. This is the finding of first objective, that is prevalent and socio-demographic determinant of overweight and obesity among Malaysian adults. The result show that all socio-demographic factors were consistently associated with a higher chance of being overweight, except gender and location, and a higher chance of being obesity, except location and household income. Our data indicate that a high prevalence of overweight and obesity in the population, and several socio-demographic characteristics are associated with both overweight and obesity, such as Indian and homemaker or unpaid worker. This finding highlights the severity of overweight and obesity among Malaysian adults. And this is the finding of second objective, that is underreporting of energy intake and nutrient intake is a persistent issue in the Malaysian adult nutrition survey. In both MENS 2003 and MENS 2014, the following findings regarding underreportings were made. There was an increasing trend from the youngest age group, 18 to 19 years old, to the oldest age group, 50 to 59 years old, and more among women than men, and an increasing trend from those with the highest education level to the lowest education level, more in urban than rural respondents, more in Peninsular Malaysia than East Malaysia, and more among respondents with higher BMI than those respondents with lower BMI. And this is the finding of the third objective, changes in the nutrient intake in Malaysia between year 2003 and 2014. To estimate misreporting of energy intake from the 24-hour diet recall, the ratio of reported total daily energy intake to basal metabolic rate or EI-BMR ratio was calculated. The calculation of BMR for Malaysian population was done using the predictive equation by Ismail 1998. And this study found that underreporting of energy intake was 53.6% in MENS 2003 and increased to 61% in MENS 2014. On the contrary, MENS 2003 and MENS 2014 only recorded 2.4 and 1.7% of over-reporting respectively. After misreporting taken into account, comparing the time period between 2003 and 2014, generally desirable change in intake were found for almost all nutrients. Similar change were also observed in gender and strata group, and the average energy intake was satisfactory compared to the Malaysian RNI. Figure 3 shows that the mean percentage of energy obtained from the three macronutrients, that is carbohydrate, protein, and fat intake. In 2003, carbohydrate intake contribute 57% to the respondent total energy intake, whereas in 2014, the value has decreased to 53%. Protein intake contribute 50% to the respondent total energy intake in 2003, whereas in 2014, the value had increased to 16%. The mean fat intake was significantly higher in 2014, with 31% of total energy intake than in 2003 with 28% of total energy intake. It is worth noting that the percentage increase in total energy obtained from fat intake coincide with the decline in the percentage of energy obtained from carbohydrate, which is a fat source had replaced a portion of carbohydrate source. This is the finding of fourth objective, that is changes in the recommended nutrient intake RNI achievement in Malaysia between the year 2003 and 2014. Table 2 show the percentage of RNI achievement for respondents for both years the mean percentage of RNI achievement for energy was significantly higher in year 2014 than in year 2003. Both years shows high RNI achievement for protein intake, that is 130% in 2003 and 142% in 2014. Clearly, based on the RNI 2017, calcium intake is inadequate. The percentage of iron was 121% in 2003 and increased to 144% in 2014. This shows that the mean intake of iron had significantly increased between 2003 and 2014. A significant increase was also found in the mean intake of vitamin A from 2003 to 2014. And overall, the mean intake and RNI achievement for calcium, iron, and vitamin A have all shown increasing trend among the population. However, the mean intake of vitamin C was slightly higher in 2014 than in 2003. On the other hand, there was a decrease in the mean intake of thiamine from 2003 to 2014. Table 3 shows the percentage of total respondents who had met the adequate range of energy contribution from carbohydrate, protein, and fat based on RNI 2005 cutoff value. In 2003, the percentage of respondents meeting the adequate range of energy contribution from carbohydrate, protein, and fat were 55%, 52%, and 49% respectively, whereas in 2014, the corresponding value were 36%, 43%, and 39% respectively. However, the percentage for protein and fat decreased when RNI 2017 cutoff value were used as shown in table 4. In March 2014, a decrease in carbohydrate contribution to total energy intake, 57 to 53%, was associated with the rise of protein and fat contribution to the total energy intake compared to 2003. And based on this finding, it is clear that the result obtained using RNI 2017 cutoff value does not reflect the result obtained using RNI 2005 cutoff values. And this is the finding of the fifth objective, that is the relationship between dietary pattern and body mass index. Pearson product moment correlation coefficient was computed to evaluate the relationship between total energy intake and BMI. Table 5 presents the 95% confidence interval for the pairwise difference as well as the mean and standard deviation. And moving from underweight to obese in BMI classification, total energy increased from 1,812 kilocalories to 2,300 kilocalories. This was parallel to the previous mentioned result, whereby increase in total energy intake is correlate with the increase in BMI. Taken together, this result suggests that BMI do have a difference in terms of total energy intake. Taken together, this result suggests that BMI do have a difference in terms of total energy intake. Specifically, the result also suggests that the amount of energy consumed by respondents determine their BMI in this study. Association between selected nutrient and BMI using Pearson product moment correlation coefficient is shown in table 6. There was a significant positive correlation between total carbohydrate, protein, fat, sugar intake, total dietary fiber, total sodium with BMI at p-value less than 0.05, in which R value refer to the strength of the association between the nutrient and BMI. The association between carbohydrate and BMI had the highest R value as compared to other nutrients. This result may be explained by the fact that carbohydrate is the major source of energy in the diet, which contribute around 53% of the total energy intake among men and women. And this finding support the hypothesis of this study that increase in total energy intake is correlated with an increase in BMI, suggesting that the amount of energy consumed by respondents may determine their BMI. As a conclusion, findings in this study indicate a high prevalence of overweight and obesity in the population, and the magnitude of under-reporting tend to distort the relationship between energy intake and obesity. Under-reporting was more evident in higher BMI, women, older adults, lower education level, and those living in Peninsular Malaysia. Therefore, under-reporting must be taken into account when assessing dietary intake in population-based study, and effort to reduce its occurrence in the subgroup identified at a higher risk, especially those with high BMI. Our findings have shown that the most dietary intake have improved following Malaysian dietary recommendation, and there has been a significant change in source of energy over the study period. This study has also revealed area of concern. The consumption of carbohydrate has declined steadily, while protein and fat intake has increased. The result of this study highlight the importance of nutrition surveillance of the population, and the finding above support this study hypothesis that an increase in total energy intake correlate with an increase in BMI. The result also suggests that the amount of energy consumed by a respondent may determine their BMI group. There was a small significant positive correlation between total carbohydrate, total fat, total sodium, total dietary fiber, total sugar intake with the BMI. Future research is recommended to obtain more information regarding chronic disease indicator in order to determine the association between diet and disease. And future research should also consider underreporting of energy intake in assessment of dietary intake, and also effort to reduce its occurrence in the higher risk subgroup, especially those with high BMI. Measuring dietary intake using a single 24-hour diet recall may not provide a good estimate of intake as compared to multiple 24-hour diet recall. It is suggested that future study use a computer-based interviewer-assisted method or multiple 24-hour diet recall using the multiple pass technique. The nutrition education program should be focused on addressing the intake of carbohydrate, fat, sodium, and dietary fiber to combat overweight and obesity in Malaysia. The adequacy of protein from the current RNI cutoff was not consistent with the RNI achievement and should be reviewed. And this study is considered novel, as this is the first time a study has taken a dietary survey to this degree of attention by discussing people who are poorly reporting their energy as a reference to develop a better nutritional dietary survey. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Ali, for the findings shared with us. Now, let us welcome all panelists to the stage for Q&A session. And salam sejahtera everyone. Now we are live from Setia Alam for Q&A session for 4th Symposium, Public Health Nutrition and Human Life Cycle. Before we proceed to this session, I would like to thank again our 3 presenters for their insightful presentation on their current studies. We just heard just now from this presentation that every age group have faced their own challenge, the magnitude of the problem, and the nutrient requirement which need to address accordingly. So I do believe that the audience out there also have a question need to be clarified by our speaker. So without further ado, I would like to open this session to the audience out there. You can use the Slido platform to write your question, and I will read the I will read the question for our speakers. Okay. Now I see one question from the screen for Dr. Nur Shamlina. This question is from Anonymous. What were the main intention behind this research, and why did you feel it was vital to invest in your resources in this field of study? Dr. Nasruddina, can you clarify on this question?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Okay, actually this study is closely related to the issue religion for Muslim, and as a result of my research, I hope to see more mothers successfully breastfeed their adopted children, and I also believe this is my responsibility to make all adopted children achieve mahram with their adoptive parents, as this is a main concern for Muslims to achieve mahram relationship. And unfortunately, this is due to lack of references and reliable resource. Many parents having difficulty getting help to breastfeed their adopted children. And due to this, they took a long time to go through the induced lactation process. Adoptive mothers in my study expressed 3 key motivations why they want to breastfeed their adopted children. Number 1, to achieve mahram relationship. Number 2, experiencing motherhood bonding. And number 3, because of superiority of the breast milk. It was the same reason that I want to proceed. I want to perform this research. I would like to see adoptive parents able to achieve their breastfeeding goal. And perhaps this is one of my contribution to them and for the nation in Malaysia, especially to the Muslims community in Malaysia. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shamlina, for your clarification on this question. Now, the second question goes to Mr. Lai. How does self-efficacy to do with overweight and obesity? Mr. Lai, can you clarify on this?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Self-efficacy is your belief or your confidence in your ability to do something. So we believe that self-efficacy is very much associated with overweight and obesity, because if let's say we have high self-efficacy, then we can confidence and ability to perform health protective behavior under any adverse circumstances. So literature also shows that a person with low self-efficacy are associated with higher chances of being overweight and obesity. So in this study, we test these questionnaires in our study population to see whether is this factor associated with our current study. So in fact, the results shows that low self-efficacy is associated with overweight and obesity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lai. Okay, this question is come from Anonymous. I think this question is for Dr. Ali. Based on your study, what has been done or planned to improve future nutrition survey? Dr. Ali, can you clarify this?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, audience, for the question. Okay, from the data and the finding of the study, we improvise. I can say that we have identified 3 things that we need to be done to improve the nutrition study. First is the database and the tool for the study, and then the database, the tool, and as well as system how you capture the data. Okay, as for now, from the 24-hour data from the previous survey, we also improve the FFQ that we now develop the new FFQ based on the previous survey, so that this nutrient data will capture 90% of what the population intake can take from the intake from the total energy or other nutrient. As well as we can see also that under reporting not also based on the because of the collection of the data. We also find out that the database is somehow is not being updated. So for now we updating the database for the nutrient, as we know that our FCD data has a limited, we can say only the main nutrient we have there, such as calorie, protein, fat, something, and but for vitamin, minerals, somehow like or sugar, we have lacking the data. So we need to improve that so that the database is complete and will when the respondent take that food or drinks, the nutrient will be captured lah. Okay, so I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Okay, now we can see another question. I think this is a fourth question on the Slido from the anonymous. This question goes to Dr. Syamlina again. Okay, in bahasa Melayu, apakah yang dimaksudkan mahram dalam kajian ini, Dr. Syamlina?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Okay, mahram disebabkan dalam jawapan saya tadi ada perkataan mahram. So mungkin daripada itu adanya soalan ni. Okay, untuk menjawab pada soalan ni, mahram, saya bukanlah orang yang expert dalam ni, tapi mahram yang dimaksudkan dalam kajian saya adalah yang disusukan oleh ibu, disusukan oleh ibu selain daripada biological mother kepada anak tersebut sebanyak 5 kali penyusuan. Sama ada melalui penyusuan terus ataupun daripada metod-metod yang lain. Contohnya daripada botol susu ataupun daripada cawan. Sebanyak 5 kali penyusuan. 5 kali penyusuan sebelum berusia 2 tahun dalam bulan Qamariah, bulan Islam. Itu yang dimaksudkan mahram dan akan menjadi pertalian darah, tidak boleh berkahwin dengan ibu susuan dan juga adik-beradik susuan. Okey, saya rasa itu jawapan dia. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Syamlina. I think this is the second lap for our Q&A session. This question also goes to Mr. Lai. What is the subsequent study after the predators of overweight and obesity were identified among the study population? Okay, Mr. Lai.
Thank you for that question. The subsequent study would be development of a school-based intervention module in addressing the overweight and obesity issue among the adolescents. So based on these predictors, we will come up with a school-based intervention module which emphasize on the how to improve the self-efficacy in order to have a behavior change towards the health protective behavior. So the subsequent study, during the development of the module, we would also conduct focus group discussion with the relevant parties, with the expert in family health medicine, with nutritionists, in psychologists, because we need to also put in some psychological input in our module, so that when we conducting this intervention module, we can also address the psychosocial part among the participants. So the subsequent study will be, we develop the module, then we test the module.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lai. I also do agree with him because the intervention study is the best and the closest thing we can do for our population, especially for our young generation. Okay, this next question goes to Dr. Ali. In bahasa Melayu, this question from anonymous. Apakah kaedah yang digunakan untuk menentukan misreporting pengambilan kalori dalam kajian anda?
Ya, terima kasih kepada yang memberi soalan. Okay. So basically from this study kita aware yang underreporting is prevalent lah, and then from this study kita telah melihat nisbah nisbah tenaga harian kepada kadar metabolisme asas kita. Okey, ataupun dia panggil EI-BMR lah, seperti saya terangkan dalam slide tadi, yang mana dalam EI-BMR ni dia telah meletakkan value lah yang telah tentukan 1.2 lah mengikut orang yang cipta formula ni, Goldberg dan juga Black lah. Black 2000, Goldberg 1990 something lah. So Black tu anak murid Goldberg lah. Okay, and then dia kata the minimum requirement untuk manusia tu bernafas lah. So the basic is 1.2. Maksudnya kalau kurang pada tu kira kita consider dia tak hidup lah kan. So that's why based on that justification, mana-mana responden yang nisbah tenaga dengan kadar metabolisme asas minima dia less than 1.2, kita drop lah daripada di study lah. Okay, walaupun it's true, sebab bila kita ambil 24 hour direct recall kan, sebelum ni bila kita tanya, so kebetulan that day tu memang dia diet, walaupun dia obese lah sebenarnya kan, ataupun overweight ke macam mana, tapi dia memang makan sikit je. So memang sebenarnya betul dari segi itulah, tapi in term of dia akan skewkan the data tu. So yang mana yang less than 1.2 tu kita drop, as well as kita juga ambil kira yang over reporting lah. Okay, maksudnya based on minimum basal metabolic rate dia tu, and then dia menggunakan tenaga yang terlebih lah, yang mana di sini ditetapkan pada 2.4 lah. So mana yang lebih 2.4 tu kita drop. So cut off 1.2 to 2.4 ni juga kita kita tengok ada study pun seperti Sahativan dan juga Sharif lah. Sahativan tahun 2015, Sharif 2016, dia pun menggunakan cut off yang sama untuk dia manage data diet dia lah.
Okay,
so,
thank you, Dr. Ali. I think by Dr. Ali also given us a few cut off point by two important person in his study. So I hope by his answer can clarify the question. Okay, without further ado, I would like to ask one more question for Dr. Shamlina. In your study, did you study about exclusive breastfeeding, understanding and perception among the practitioner and support person? Dr. Shamlina, can you clarify on this one?
Okay, this is a last question maybe. Okay, actually in my study, referring to my objective, actually to explore the experience of three groups of participants, practitioner, women, induced lactation women, and also support persons. So I want to identify, to explore, to understand the perception and experience about these groups on induced lactation only. Induced lactation only. So my study not include exclusive breastfeeding. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sham. Okay, I think due to time constraint, even though we have a few more questions on the list, but due to time constraint, we can't proceed. Never mind. All the audience can contact us, or if you have interested to collaborate with us in any studies, you can contact us or visit our website at www.iku.gov.my, or come visit us at our new compound in Setia Alam to know more well about us. Okay. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Puan Suhaila and all speakers for the meaningful symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of our seminar. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants and everyone who played a part in materializing this virtual seminar. We hope that you have gained knowledge and grown your network during this seminar. Thank you for your participation. See you again in the next seminar and stay safe.